Now ask to call on the Anishinaabeg Nation staff. If there are other guests here that would like to honor our other flags whose chiefs delegates aren't with us today, that's very acceptable. So if you would like to join in the grand entry, honor one of the community's flags who aren't with us in person today, that would be very much appreciated. Miigwech. You gonna grab one? You're asking the. So again, calling on for some assistance with some of the other flags, also for the grandmothers, nation councils, commissioners, special guests. We have guests from the military who would like to join the grand entry. Please feel free to join them outside just behind the screen to my left. And Rhonda Cucci will organize you outside. And once we have that all straightened out, we'll call on the Medicine Lodge Singers to do grand entry and a flag song. And noting that they are from the Chippewa of the Thames, that's in our southwest region. Miigwech. You got it, brother? Yeah. I didn't see anyone. Did you find? Did you end up finding? Yeah, we got. Calling on our Anishinaabe Nation regional chiefs also to proceed outside to my left to join the grand entry as well. Rhonda gets everything organized outside, so just bear with us for a few minutes. Miigwech. We're getting close. Just trying to get the GAMA organized out there. They're giving us a bit of a hard time. No, just kidding. For a minute, elders just giving some guidance to the GAMA and GAMA Kwe and all the other representatives bringing that are part of Grand Entry. Ani, good morning. We're prepared for Grand Entry. I'd like to call on the Medicine Lodge Singers from Chippewa to the Thames to bring in the Grand Entry, the flag staffs, and the leadership and representatives from across the Anishinaabe Nation. Miigwech. Miigwech Medicine Lodge Singers for the grand entry song. They're having a little drink. It's always a powerful part of our assembly. We'll call on the Medicine Lodge Singers again from Chippewa Thames for a flag song. Miigwech, if I can call on uh, everyone that's carrying a flag, flag staff, to post those up. If I can ask some of the Anishinaabeg Nation staff who aren't carrying flags to come up here, if there's any assistance needed, you can start posting your flags. Miigwech. To the podium, please. Up that part of the grand entry, I just want to give Leroy Dolson, Donna, who's to my right here, and Richard just a heads up that we're going to be calling on you momentarily. So it was Leroy Dolson, Donna, and Richard. Okay, I think we're all set to get going. We had a powerful grand entry, and again, miigwech to the Medicine Lodge Singers from Chippewa to the Thames for their powerful song and drum. So we're going to get started on the opening Thanksgiving, Nagodwe Wangizit Anishinaabe, and then we're going to call on Elder Richard for a little bit of sort of a teaching this morning. If I can also call on the assembly for those who are on the outside of the Chiefs circle here, if we could take the conversations outside the room. In the past, the Chiefs have found it difficult to focus on the proceedings, and if we could just respectfully take those outside the room, that would be appreciated. There's lots of opportunity. There's chairs and couches around the facility here. Would be much appreciated. So with that, I'm going to call on Leroy Dolson from the Southwest region, who I just like to note, someone that from when I first started at the Anishinaabeg Nation, he was there doing a number of things, including working on our, I think it was finance committee at the time, or treasury board. there's only one person that's always there before everyone else, wherever we are, and that's Leroy Dolson. He's never late. And there he is to my right. So I'm going to call on Leroy to do the opening, and then we'll call on Donna to do our Nagodwe, Wangazit, Anishinaabe, and then Richard. So thank you, Miigwech, for joining us, Leroy. Here you go.
Lady Shinzi, Leroy Dolson, Southwest Region, Gitchajig Elder, I think for the past 10 years now. I come from Munsee Delaware Nation and the Wolfgang. So we have three distinct languages in this area that those are not familiar. We have three reserves out here about 15 miles southwest of London. That's Oneida Nation, and that's Sagoli. We have Chippewa the Thames First Nation, Ani Bajo, and Oneida Nation, Sagoli. So I'm going to do the Thanksgiving in Lenape language. So Nishik Kishamakwe, Yilimiling, Yonkai Kishwik, Wak, Meechwakin, Walam, Alaskan Wakin, Ni Alagonati, Niwiki, Nishik Kishamakwe, Yilimiling, Kukanaki, Wak Kushuk, Wak, Nipahum, Wak, Longway Wak, Wak, Papata Quick, Nishik. Kaus, Kishalamakwe, Yilimiling, the Tindo, Walk, Numbi is water, Asano, stone, and wind, trees and flowers, grasses and medicines. So Anishik is thanks, Kishamakwe, a creator, and Yilimiling for giving us animals, birds, fish, and insects. We also thank the Creator for giving us our families, grandmother, grandfathers, mothers and fathers, our children and friends. And Ishik, sorry, I got this mixed up here. Lapi, Nishik, Ili Milium, Yankoi Tiskrik walk, Niba Mus walk, and Anishik, 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 Anishik.
Miigwech, Leroy. We're going to call on Donna to do the opening. Okay, you're going to come up to the mic. Okay, Miigwech.
Abusho, Bevdi Quedan in the Gonish Nabe Quendao, Gigondo Demawe, she taking in Engenot Magna. Mr. Chikwimi great trying the bench get quick banana get cook Miss Sonic Mishum Sinan gay not to bit go what to be in Dutch out to be dog you know she can that's what she the when we win non question again. We know get can I go in dying and dying you know when Jim name come to us what to be ending. Me the stammer that you quick him and then go down gets in the schnabe. We a neck then which mounted in which nine question again. And those of you who know, follow along with me. Go down this Anishinaabe. Debench get Gisan Anishinaabe and the king, Gibet Gondad and in the Dwat Suin. Shkoden, Beke, Nodin, Gibet Goston and Winagdo and Mingman Pishkak Mekon. Debench get Giminan, Nishnaaben, get Stoen Dog and Nishnaaben or Nagdochin, then the Nisho Sekin Madwinan, Doggy Dwin, Deboy Win. Daden win, Boka win, Baden this win, Quick What's win, Mino Shock Day win. The bench get Yakimin do not did, but we not win the Kamnal in Danaga Shoebak, Minagi Nango Mego Shoebak, Minogi Yabawan Shoebak. Me just be wet kidding, me wet, me wet, me wet, me wet.
Miigwech, Donna, and Miigwech, Leroy. I was just standing over to the side. I was looking at the room, and Leroy commented how what a great facility it is for us to be in, and it was great. I was looking around, and it's really impressive the number of people that joined us today, and hopefully for the remainder of the week. It's really important week, as we all know, and it's great to see everyone taking the time to join us. And also those who haven't been able to join us in person. I know that there's people in our Zoom room as well as on watching on the live stream. So really appreciate you being here. I'd like to call on Richard Asinaway to now come up and have some remarks.
Bonjour de magnetic, and if Kian couldn't de go. Openes, and at the Moito Senegal to Temia. Had me got and dominate Dominang with English Ademia. It is except on the Ognishnave, and I'm an get. Miss Seminang wedding, and go bony Yims cook cut Nishnave. Emotion get. Emotion we, Ogusin dunk. Is a cowboy at. I didn't go into much down. I get to me being the girl with the young and my daughter sunny. You go wet to hang. If we not both young, no cowboys young. Me watching the knock of a jarge to be going, my daughter sunny. I mean, no share back, you know, he was a good out in the snow back, you know. Me non go to the Mukubuchi out, me non go to Mats Dean, he meaning. How you better cook to the snow. Keine, ich mir gaske no net kubjigan. We gaske bin dagen is nikatik. De gibe de gustin is nave ode. Ajogumek. I metanga getskote. Kan je maar staat win koskot ne gistu. Ik mag kan met de beat mi gatsen de nak. Volgende geno, in kan bezoat. Sheba. Mi was nik. Haben de do hasan bun gedet tushin garin de ne. Gojag nashim. Gogjetul. Migeni jernin meja. Pigeni wishag nashim ya. Migeni she opportunity negotiation. Ka wa picnic kenzi wok ya wa nashim. Wa pitchun zizi beton wa pitch wa. Ikken zan wok ya wa nabis don wok ya. Gogjetul. Good morning everyone. Those of you that don't know me, I'm from the Dominus thing we come. Richard Stenway was the name I was given. But my Nishnave is a name Kion Kut. Mio, that's who I am. Thundercloud. I speak for them, I represent them, I sing to them and I honor them. Guide me through. And coming here, it's been one complete cycle of 4 seasons that we've all been around to the last assembly at this time last year. So we give thanks to how we're starting off here. Last night, where we started, the ones that showed up, our leadership council that was there. We went into that Madhut Sweat Lodge to prepare them. And they also brought something. And that's what they call those weak-wallen bonnets. That was made for them, for our Gimakwe Linda, our Grand Council Chief. And Chief Plain, Deputy. It was made for him as well. Those are very, very important. Those are what we call Miginawkwad. Those bonnets, feather bonnets. Nishnabek, from what I understand, that's how it used to be. When a leader was chosen, and when they were chosen, that bonnet means a lot to that Nishnave. And when they prepare them for that, whoever leader that is that's chosen, they have feathers on there. And the feathers they have to put on there is the feathers that they've received over time. That they were given, for a good deed. Maybe they did something. So they collected them. So there was a time when they were ready to lead. They were chosen. And those were the feathers that they put on. And the men. Also, there was something else with that weak one, not only the feathers. It's the weasel that's tied on the sides. What is that one? What's its job? What's its duty? What's its purpose? Why? That's the one that can see the farthest, way ahead. That's when they're connected to what's called Nabokawin. That Nabokawin, that wisdom, they'll know what to do. They'll be shown. Because the weasel will guide them through to see that ahead, way ahead. That's what those are for. You have those weasels hanging down on the side. And those are very powerful. Anything we wear like that, anything sacred. So last night, I'd like to thank my sister here, that put it all together. She was told how to do them, what to put on there. But I can't talk about it, only she can because she made them. But I can only talk about those ones. The meaning behind it. Those bonnets, very sacred. And last night when we brought them in, I acknowledge all the spirits that are on that bonnet, whether they're any design that's on there, whether clans, flowers, anything, we sing to them. Even that wigwas thick birch bark tree, we sang that tree song last night for that wigwas. That helps us. Because what it did was it took its jacket off. That's that bark. Biskoagan to help Nishnave. And that's what that is. So I know yesterday people asked me about the bonnets. How did they do that? What do you do with them? And you got to do ceremony? But you got to do ceremony. Now, ceremony and language, we have to stop saying that word in English when we do our gatherings like this. We use our language when we say ceremony in the language. And how do we say it? Anabi winikewin. Anabi winikewin means, anabi means how you're putting it in order. How you're putting everything in order. Whether the berries go in order, every sacred items go in order, everything you're wearing, how you're putting everything in order, putting everything on. Anabi winikewin. A win at the end means the way it's done. That's what that means. So these bonnets, it took a while for them to be here, and they're here now. And these are sacred. And they speak. The Gemak that are here, that'll speak to you. Your bonnets will speak to you. And it'll tell you something. It will show you something. That's that spirit in that bonnet. They're all tied into that. And I know at the gathering yesterday in Toronto, I watched some of it on a live thing here. I couldn't go because I had to be here, get ready for the lodge. But I listened and I watched. Very good. How Anishinaabe came together. But sometimes we forget something. We all do. I forget too. We're human, we're not robots. We will never be perfect. We can try. We try. That's the main thing. So what I seen yesterday, I seen leaders over there speak, but no bonnets on. I seen them. You got to start putting those on. And when you put that on, there's something happens to you within. Start connecting with your spirit. So the Jaganash in this world, the government, when you meet with them, don't dress up like Jaganash, like the white man, when you meet them. Because they're going to control you. But if you wear your bonnets, your buckskin, whatever you have, moccasins, when you walk in and sit with them, they're afraid of that because you're bringing spirit in. You're bringing ancestors in. And those are the ones that are going to help you to be strong. That's what they're really, really afraid of is Anishinaabe. You know? But if we start, I shared it this morning at the sunrise. Miminik, that's enough. It's time for the sleeping giant to rise. And I'm not talking about the one in Thunder Bay. I'm talking about Anishinaabe. Start rising. Start speaking. Don't be ashamed. Use your gifts. Use your bundles that you were given. That's what those bundles are for. Your drum doesn't belong on the wall at home. Kapanaan, take that down and start using it. Learn those songs. And if you don't want to, maybe it's best to take it to the museum. They'll hang it up for you. We've got to start using them. That's the only way we want to be strong. And I'd like to thank the Gimak that are here. Some aren't here with us. They'll be online. And I'd like to say Chimiwich for everybody at home listening to this. And I shared it out there too this morning is that I don't know if I'll see it in my lifetime with the nation, that one day I hope to see all 39 chiefs in here. 39 chiefs at the sunrise ceremony. Even more. That's how it's going to work. We need to all come together and do this. Just like me. Yes, the role I have is head gets it for the nation. I can't do it alone. One spirit can't do it alone. I need help too. I need help. Like, I don't know how long I'm going to be here. I'm not going to be here forever. Just like Shikamba. But he left something behind. And he always told us many, many times, "Oh, but you got to do this. Don't forget what you're given." And I always say the same thing. Don't forget, you know. Use what you're given. So, Gimak, from here on, it's okay to look back, but don't stare. Once you start staring, you're going to stir it up. It's from here on now that matters. It's time to rise, wear your bonnets wherever you go. Kabis kunya, dress yourself up. And when you negotiate with the Jaganash, even in your communities, you put those on. If you don't, you can lose them. If you leave them in your pickup truck, your vehicle, you can lose that. Be taken from you. That'll happen. It's happened before. And that's what happens is we forget. You know, we forget. So you got to keep them with you wherever you go, right by you, and then keep them on. But I know there's different types of bonnets. I saw one last night, a bonnet that was very, very old. It was all white feathers. And it came with a pipe, a 2-stem pipe. That's old, that one. It's coming around slowly. Maybe that one's needed, I don't know. You know? But there's going to be more. And I'm so thankful and I'm glad to see this with the Gemach that are here. Maybe some of them will show up as the week goes on, I don't know. But help them too. Remind them, hey, where's your hat? Time to wear them. And keep wearing them. And because you were somebody put you there. Don't forget about those people. So, what's going on right now? And we all know it, Bill 5 and everything else. It's all about the land. That's what it all boils down to. So Ranganashuk, or what we call them is Gukushuk. All they want to do is eat everything, harvest everything they want. You know? But we are the keepers of the land. We are the ones to speak for the land, to speak for the treaties, speak for the water, speak for the people, speak for everything, the language. What makes up Anishinaabe? It's about the land, people, and the language. If we lose one of them, the rest will follow. And if we lose it, our nation will be gone, will be done. That's why it's important that that sleeping giant has to start rising and start speaking, and speak for the land, speak for the treaties even more. Protect them. You're our leaders. Protect the water. Everything. Protect the people. Protect the language. And don't be afraid to do it. But how you speak is what makes a big difference. And how you speak is this. I shared it last night, how to do it. And I'm not, like, I could see the government, what they're doing. They're digging their own mine where they're going to sit down bottom there sometime, burying themselves. That's what they're doing. It's not working, and it's not going to work. What they're trying to do. So what they're trying to do is this. Go around the First Nations leaders without consulting with them. They want to go around you. That's what they've been doing for a long time. The Métis, they do that too. They'll go around you, and they go right to the government. We need to stop that. And I showed you this morning how to do it. With that knife I drove in the ground. Yeminik, that's enough. Time to rise. Time to say no to Bill 5. Your spirit will be guiding you when you do that. our communities, the drug world, me, Nick, that's enough. We need to start doing more. I get tired when I go home in my community. I go to the treatment center trying to help these clients that are lost in the drug world. I can't do it alone. I need help too. I'm trying to help them. What the Dragonosh created. They're the ones that created that damage. And we're the ones trying to fix it. We even help the Dragonosh ones. They come to us for help. We help their people too. That's the Snabe, that's who we are. But the government don't see it like that. They don't. They don't even want to go there. But remember this, get marked right here. And Sansas done. Understand this, is that what is the whole meaning behind leadership? What's the whole meaning behind that? Anyway, when you know that, you'll be on your way. Be all good. So here, all of us here, you're going to be sharing. Nobody knows. We're no higher than anybody else in this room. I'm not. And no lower than anybody else. We're all equal here. But this is our time. This is our time to come together. Listen to the Gemach. When they traveled one whole year from last year at this time, at their assembly. We're going to listen what they collected, what they did, what didn't work, or what they're struggling with. We're going to hear it here. But they will know what to do from here on. But I know this, if we do this right, we're going to get visits. Maybe during the week, if we do it right. Who's going to visit us? Nimkik, the thunders. Come and clean up for us. So, Migochadimilim Gemak that are here, wearing your bonnets. You keep them on every day here. When we're done, yes, you can take them off, but you're still a chief, even when those are off. You're still a chief while they're sleeping. They will come to visit you, show you something, tell you something, give you something. They keep going. For the ones that don't have a bonnet yet, don't worry. That day will come. Don't worry about that. But like I said, there's different bonnets out there in this world. There's different Nishnabek, even in the States. A lot of them, when they made, you know those big bonnets that they wear in the States over there? Well, those feathers stood up. But how did they go like this? You know, like, how they went like that was when they rode their horses with those bonnets on. You know, running real fast. Then the wind is the one that shapes them. That's how they curled. In the rain, whatever. That's how they shaped themselves. You know? But that's what they were over there. We have ours. We have ours. How we're given. So with that, Kachimi, watch for listening. And I know for me, I'm going to listen today. Don't worry about me. I'll be sitting over there. And I'll probably, during the day, I'll probably fall asleep here and there. We had late night last night, and I got up at 4 this morning for sunrise. So sunrise again tomorrow. Same time. I'll be here. Okay, Mark, I want to attend. Come. This is your gathering. This is yours. We come to listen. People at home are listening. They need to hear you too. I know there's a lot more to share, but so little time to do this. I'd like to say miigwech for listening. Abamino. Miigwech.
Miigwech for that, Elder Richard. Really important messages there, and it was a good reminder for me. Acknowledging sometimes you make mistakes along the way, and I made one this morning. Well, I probably made a number of them, which I'm sure the staff will point out to me after the assembly, or maybe even during it, that I failed to introduce myself. I like to think everyone knows me. I'm Alan Dokis. I'm my home role at the Union of Ontario Indians and Anishinaabe Nation is Director of Operations. I've been your interim CEO since the end of July last year. That's coming to an end soon, and Grand Chief will speak to that later on. So with that, that's who I am. So you know who's speaking in your assembly. And I made a note while Richard was speaking. I said, I wrote down here, or I typed, "Introduce yourself, dummy," so I didn't forget. And I didn't. So with that, we're going to, I just want to acknowledge the Southwest region for hosting us this year. It's a really important time for the Anishinaabe Nation and all of our Anishinaabe communities, and acknowledge the Eagle staff, the drum and the medicines, the elders, the nation councils, the commissioners, and also, importantly, is I know we always do this sort of, it seems at the end, and sometimes not everyone is here at the end. We have important business to go do in your communities or back to our jobs or our families. The staff of the Anishinaabe Nation Union of Ontario Indians is ensured and has worked hard to make sure that the Assembly is prepared for you this week, and I just wanted to acknowledge them right now. While we have a full house, we have our resolution committee, we have our communications teams, we have our staff from our various departments, including directors, managers, policy staff, support staff. We had we have our governance team here who works to ensure that all of the protocols are taken care of for you, to make sure that the assembly is in good order and has is a good place for you to meet in. But I wanted to point out specifically Sarah St. Louis. I don't have my glasses on. I think she's in the back still. Usually if you can't see her, you could hear her. So those of you who know Sarah, you know you can always hear her. Sarah, if you could stand up, please. This is, over the last 11 months or so, I've had the pleasure, I'm not sure Sarah's had the pleasure of having to work with me. I've witnessed somebody who puts out superhuman efforts on your behalf, especially the last couple of weeks. And I just wanted to make sure that while you were here and that we had a lot of people here, that she was acknowledged for her extremely dedicated Anishinaabe Kwe. So thank you, Miigwech, Sarah, for all that. Now, it's my pleasure to move to the portion of the agenda where I pass this over to introduce our co-chairs and look for a motion to have them co-chair your assembly for you. While it's probably disappointing you won't hear from me after that, rest assured I'm on the agenda again later on. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Sherry Crowley, who is a member of Aamjiwnaang First Nation, and who I'm sure she'll be able to speak for herself better than I can. She is an elected councillor for Aamjiwnaang, serving the current term of 2024 to 2026, and has been a previously elected councillor from 2012 to 2018 and 2022 to 2024. So obviously a long serving in her community. And when I was looking through her bio, which is included in your kits, she worked 27 years as finance manager with Intertech Instrumentation that's located at Chippewa Industrial Park in her community, and retired as of December 31st, 2024. So I'd just like to say congratulations for that. Obviously, a very dedicated member or citizen of Aamjiwnaang First Nation, so congratulations for that. And you've also worked with the Anishinaabeg Nation as a co-chair, but also in other capacities over the years, so appreciate that leadership. Yeah. So we also would like to introduce Adam Francis Fiddler. I'm reading what's there, Adam. He is a former, Adam's a lawyer and a former chief of Sandy Lake First Nation in northwestern Ontario. He lives and works out of his home in Sandy Lake, where he was raised in part by his grandmother, immersed in the language and culture. Adam has a passion for the land and maintains strong connection by spending time hunting, fishing, and just being out there. He was instilled with the elders' teachings that we have, and a spiritual connection to the land, and that is medicinal and full of healing. Adam's law practices focuses first on Anishinaabe law and utilizing Indigenous laws within a modern context, specifically with an emphasis on including and prioritizing traditional laws in major developments affecting First Nations or the creation of institutions that affect Indigenous people. And it would be familiar to us here who's provided co-chair support for us before. So I would like to welcome them and ask if the chiefs, if we could have a motion to accept both Sherry and Adam as your co-chairs for your assembly for the next 3 days. So there's looks like unanimous support for that. Lots of hands up looking to support that motion. So I will look and suggest that that's consensus to have them fulfill that duty on your behalf. See no opposition to that. Okay, Miigwech. So with that, I'll turn it over to our co-chairs to navigate your assembly for you. So Chi Miigwech, and look forward to hearing from you through the next 3 days.
Ani Sherry Crowley Nindijnakas. Oh, I got too much going on here. Wapskwa and Dago, Anjanan Dungjaba, Anishinaabe Nindao, Mishika Dodam. I'd like to acknowledge the bundle and the good medicines before us, and I'd like to acknowledge the elders and the youth, and I'd like to acknowledge all the chiefs and the delegates, Grand Council Chief Linda Dabaski, Deputy Grand Chief Chief Chris Plain, and the 4 regional chiefs. Welcome to London and the Southwest region. It's an honor to host the Grand Council Assembly 2025. I'm a proud Anishinaabe Kwa from Aamjiwnaang, and then I'm currently an elected councillor within Aamjiwnaang. I'm very humbled to be asked to co-chair this Grand Council Assembly with Adam Fiddler, and this is truly an honor and miigwech. And I'm not familiar with all the chiefs, so forgive me, but I'm not acquainted with it all. So if you could state your name when you come up to the mic for the records. We have 3 great days ahead of us. We have full agendas, and we have a lot of presentations to get through, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Having said that, we'll move right into the agenda with some housekeeping. So I just want to remind all the chiefs to sign in this morning and also again this afternoon when you come back in from lunch, okay? Also, just to let you know, the bathrooms are just outside the door there to your right. And we have a lot of vendors out in the corridor there and a lot of information booths. So please support our local vendors. And due to the significant number of registrations, we are very close to catering for the numbers for tonight, so be mindful. And I just want to quickly remind you to turn off your phones or put your phones on silent and turn down your tone for your phones, just for the speakers. Miigwech. And I'll bring this over to Adam to open up the agenda. Miigwech.
Miigwech, ani bonjour, na dadjega bon dijnkaz na meben do dem, ego nego zagning donji, dan shenio. Ego miigwech dan agagi pakna mwach, nongum gagi bayak, gchihag, get sejik, ego minagagi mategi wach, ego gakna magayayeg, ugmakweg, ego minauskad zag, skinigajik, get sejik, kwewak, so it's great to be here. Thank you for allowing us to work with you for the next 3 days. Really looking forward to our discussions, really packed agenda, and we'd like to get right into it. So I'd like to do some housekeeping matters, also the procedural motions to, first of all, I'll go through the rules of procedure, just a quick summary. And then we will go through the agenda, and then I'll ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. A couple of things. We are trying to move away from using paper. We'd like to save a few trees. We do have packages, meeting packages in binders, but we are moving to electronic packages. So everyone would have gotten an email over the last couple of days. Also, if you're registered, you would have gotten an email this morning. It would have come from Anishinaabe Nation, and it's actually from Engage, the team that is doing all of the technical work. So you would have gotten an email. In that email, there's some information. There's a couple of icons to click. One is you can click on the agenda, and that gives you the full agenda. There's also another icon that you can click. I believe it's I think it's titled Platform. I'm looking to the team to help me out. But there is a link with all of the meeting materials that you can click on. So you click on that, you have the agenda, you have all of the information that is also included in the binders. So again, we're moving to electronic. Most of us have devices now, either if you have a laptop or even on your phone. All of that information is accessible. If you do need the binder, they are available. I think they're at the registration booth. But again, we're moving to electronic versions, so just to let people know. Also, there is Anishinaabe translation available. So if you would like to listen to the Anishinaabe translation, there are headsets available just to my right. Come and pick up a headset. If you are listening on Zoom, if you're logged in, if you go to the bottom of the screen, there's a little translation icon. It's a globe icon. Click on that. There's another button to click, and then you can listen to the simultaneous Anishinaabe translation. So that's available. Also to note, we'd like to acknowledge the rules of procedure. Ugmakweg, and proxies, just to let you know, we don't go through a process to adopt the rules of procedure as part of the Unakkunagewin that you have established the rules of procedure. They have not changed significantly in the last couple of years. The last change was 2 years ago, 2023, but I don't believe that any of the rules were changed as part of the procedure. But there is a requirement to acknowledge that we have that. And there is a standing rules of procedure that we will be following. So that's the rules that, as co-chairs, that you've mandated us to follow. A couple of things, though, I don't want to go through the whole document. It is available in your packages. A couple of things, quorum requirement. is in order to make decisions, we need 60% of the Anishinaabe Nation chiefs present here in the room and also online. So we do require 24 chiefs or proxies to be in the room to make decisions and to have resolutions. A couple of other points. The rules of procedure was changed a number of years ago to allow for virtual sessions. So this is a hybrid session. We do have a number of chiefs. I think I saw 3 or 4 earlier that are also present in the assembly, but online through the online portal. Also a reminder, if you wish to speak to any issue or practice, and it's actually in the rules, just to approach the microphone. And as we ask, if you can state your name and the nation that you are representing, just so that we can have that for the record. A couple of other things regarding the platform. They may be making some changes. I know I did get an email a couple of days ago. I clicked it. I did see the platform. So that information might be changing as we go. But all of the slide decks and all of the resolutions and everything that is being presented, that should be available online as well. So that covers a little bit of the rules. So what I'll do now is I'd like to go through the agenda. Everyone has a copy of the agenda. What I will do is I'll go through the agenda, and then I will require a mover and a seconder. This is just a motion. And then we can open it up for discussion. So if you have any comments or suggestions, or you'd like to discuss the agenda, we will first need a mover and a seconder. So the agenda is before you. Again, this is the Grand Council Assembly 2025. The theme is Mamozik, Mamwinigonik, Minwa, Manachstuing, Gamashkoziunan. Bringing us all together and celebrating our collective strength. This is at the 4 Points Sheraton, London, Ontario, Tuesday, June 3rd to Thursday, June the 5th. So very quickly going through day 1, we had the sunrise ceremony at 5 a.m. Registration opened at 8 a.m. with a hot breakfast and delegate and guest registration. 9 a.m. We were to start the grand entry with the Medicine Lodge Singers. We were a little bit late, but we got through the protocols. We had the opening Thanksgiving with Leroy Dolson, Donna Debasage, and Richard Sineway, the Getsit, and Miigwech for the opening protocols. Then we got into meeting logistics, the introduction and the acceptance of the meeting co-chairs. That was led by Alan Dokis, the interim chief executive officer. And then we have the review and the acceptance of the agenda. That'll be done by myself, co-chair Adam Fiddler, and co-chair Sherry Crowley. We will then have the welcome and opening remarks. I know we're a little bit behind, but it was important to do the protocols properly. But we are a little bit behind, but we will get caught up before the end of the day. So the welcome and opening remarks, Grand Council Chief Linda Debasage, Deputy Grand Council Chief Chris Plain, Melvin Hardy, the Northern Superior Regional Chief, Scott McLeod, Lake Huron Regional Chief, Marcia Smoke, Southeast Regional Chief, and Chief Joe Muskokoman, Southwest Regional Chief. On the agenda, we have a break, but we'll see where things are at that point, and then we will come back. We will have to go into a corporate meeting just to deal very quickly with some corporate matters, so we'll have a motion to go into a corporate session dealing with the Union of Ontario Indians corporate meeting. We'll have the audit process update, and then a resolution to confirm the auditor for the next fiscal year. Also a review and acceptance of the 2024 UOI corporate minutes. Those are just the corporate session, not the full assembly. That'll be led by Alan Dokis, of course, interim chief executive officer. We'll then switch over, we'll have the UOI bylaw amendment approval. That presentation will be made by Fred Belfoyle, Director of Legal. There will also be a resolution to amend the corporate bylaws. And then we'll go into another corporate session, so we'll require a motion to go into that, dealing with the Anishinaabe Nation 7 Generations Charity Corporate Meeting. We'll have the audit process update, very similar to the one right before that, and then review and accepting the 2024 AN7GC corporate minutes. So again, that'll be Alan Dokis, Interim Chief Executive Officer. On the agenda, the set time is 11:15. We'll be a little bit behind, but we'll have the Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership and Sovereign Wealth. We'll have an update from Patrick Madabi, who's here, as well as a resolution on the Sovereign Wealth representative appointment. Next on the agenda, we have policing. That will be led and introduced by Grand Council Chief Linda DeBasage. We do have on the agenda Chief of Police Jeff Skye. I'm also told we may have James Killeen, also Chief of Police. On the agenda, we have a lunch hour. We'll have the Spirit Plate and the Thanksgiving. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, of course, following Chinaakanagewin. We will have the various themes. We'll start with the Wabijesh Dodem theme, dealing with economic development. We'll have Darlene Solomon, the Manager of Economic Development, leading that presentation, discussion on the Indigenous Governing Body, a steering committee on energy development. There will be a resolution. Also, the Indigenous Business Advisory Council, we'll have a resolution for that as well. The tourism strategy will have a resolution, and Chiefs Committee on Economic Development request for members, so that'll be explained further. Also, there is a potential for a Chiefs Committee on Capitalization. That'll be discussed and presented by Regional Chief Joe Muskokeman, as well as Todd Lewis, the Director of Policy. We'll have a health break at 2:15, and then at 2:30 we'll come back with the Ajajak Dudim theme on governance. We'll have Dr. Jeanette Corbier-Laval, Patrick Madabi, and Southeast Regional Chief Marcia Smoke. So that'll be the Anishinaabe Nation Declaration on Debendaguzajik, and there will be a resolution as part of that. We'll have Barbara Nolan talking about Anishinaabe Moan, Nigan Wadud, and Makanagewan update with Leslie McGregor, the Chief Executive Officer of Makanagan. We'll then, at 3 o'clock, get into the Wawashkesh Dodem theme. This is dealing with reconciliation. The recommendation is that this session be in camera, and we'll explain further the in-camera requirements for that session. But we will have Dr. Dirk Heyer, who's the Chief Coroner for Ontario. Two separate things. Number one, information on the repatriation of ancestors in the care of the Office of the Chief Coroner, the Ontario Forensic Pathology Service, and also the Child and Youth Death Review Transformation. So that will take us to the end of the day, 4:15, and we will close for the day. Of course, we won't close the assembly. We want to allow a little bit of time because at 5 p.m. there is a special, again, I want to say ceremony, but Getsajik Sinue told us not to use the word ceremony, and I wrote down the word that he gave me. If I got it right, Unabiwe Kewin. Is it close, Richard? Nabi Inkewin. We Nikewin. Okay, miigwech. I was going to say that means ceremony, but I can't say ceremony. But you know what I mean. Miigwech. So we're trying to get ready for that this evening. Starts at 5 o'clock, so we want to make sure there's a little bit of time, so we need to be done by 4:15. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us. Lots of good discussions. So just be mindful of the time frames. We don't like to minimize or cut people off, but we want to be able to deal with all of the matters on the agenda for today. So we encourage everybody to be on point and concise when you are speaking to an issue, and so that we can move on and make decisions. So that's the agenda for day one for tomorrow. Day two, the sunrise ceremony at 5 a.m. Registration is at 8 a.m., 9 o'clock. We'll start with a recap of day number one. And then at 9:15, the theme is Gigun Dudem, Lands and Resources. We'll have Lorianne Whitaker, the policy analyst, dealing with Great Lakes and First Nation project funding. There will be a resolution. Aerial spraying, there will also be a resolution. We'll have Chief Keith Knott, Curve Lake First Nation, leading a discussion on management of Kunamage, Wapkong, and other parks, and that will include a resolution. We'll have Chief Tainer Simpson, Alderville First Nation, talking about the Chiefs Committee for the Environment, and then Jason Laurent, Director of Lands and Resources, talking about Trapping Harmonization Agreement. At 10 a.m., we'll switch over to the Mang Du Dem theme, dealing with infrastructure. We'll have Jamie Koistonen, the manager, and topics will be emergency management update on Shinabeg Nation infrastructure strategy, and there will be a resolution as part of that presentation. We'll have a health break at 10:30. 10:45, Makwa Dudem, which is the health theme. We'll have Jamie Rastool, Director of Health, talking about the Anishinaabe Advisory Council on Health, and there will be a resolution as part of that. We'll have Stephanie Lockhart, Chief Operating Officer, Ontario Health, and then we'll have Geraldine Manitowabi, the lead, presenting on health transformation. At 11:15, the social development theme, Wawashkesh Dudem. We'll have Duke Peltier presenting on the Children's Commissioner update. And then we'll have Stan Cloud, the Director of Social Development, presenting on the prevention-focused customary care. That will have a resolution. We'll have the Ontario final agreement and negotiations update. That'll be presented by Katrina Langvin, the manager. 11:45, we'll go to the education theme, Migizi Dudem. We'll have a presentation on Jordan's Principle. That'll be led by Paige Sillaby, Director of Education. We'll take a 1-hour lunch break. And then we come back at 1 p.m. We will have the Chiefs Circle, Chief and Proxy Circle. That'll be led by Grand Council Chief Linda DeBasage. Again, that will be, I'll get Chief DeBasage to explain that as we start that process. On the agenda, there is mention there of regional meeting resolutions. I believe my understanding is that there are resolutions that are already out there, and if those are some of the things that you wish to discuss, that's potentially something that you can talk about. But it's not necessarily a forum to bring forward resolutions, but just to have an open discussion on any topics that you'd like to talk about. And then at 2:30, we'll have a health break. 2:45, we'll come back with the theme being legal, Shigen Dudem. We'll have the UNDRIP report and additions to reserve. We'll have that led by Fred Balfoyle, Director of Legal, as well as Todd Lewis, the Director of Policy. We'll have Crystal Stevens, Anishinaabe Nation Legal Counsel, talking about the Ontario Labour Board. And then Bill 5, Grand Council Chief Linda DeBasage, Fred Balfoyle, Director of Legal. And then we have a guest speaker at 3:45. We have Sergeant Starks, the Indigenous recruiter, Canadian Armed Forces, and Private DeBasage, the 4th Division Indigenous Advisor, Canadian Armed Forces. And that'll be at 3:45. At 4 o'clock, the closing comments from Grand Council Chief DeBasage, Deputy Grand Council Chief Plain, and the co-chairs. So that'll wrap us up at the end of day 2. Day 3, on Thursday, June 5th, again, very important to start at 5 a.m. with the sunrise ceremony. 8 a.m. we'll have the hot breakfast. 9 o'clock we'll start. We'll do a recap of day 2. 9:15, the Ajajak Dodem, of course, the theme dealing with political. We'll have Todd Lewis, Director of Policy, talking about Anishinaabe Nation priorities report, the provincial priorities, the federal priorities, and then open up for discussion on rights recognition going forward. There will also be a resolution brought forward dealing with political advocacy mandate, and that will be introduced by Southwest Regional Chief Joe Muskokoman, as well as Todd Lewis, Director of Policy. We'll have a health break at 10:45, and then at 11 a.m. we'll have Minister Greg Rickford from Ontario. Oh, I thought I heard a chuckle there, but we'll see how that goes. But we do have him on the agenda at 11 o'clock. And then we'll have the assembly wrap up, the flags and the traveling song and the closing protocols. So that'll be right around lunchtime. We'll see how things go, but we may close up and then have lunch that will be served. So that's the agenda before you. Chiefs, Hugumakweg, that's the agenda. So here's the process. I need a mover and a seconder. And then I will open it up if there's any questions. So just for the record, for this one, if I can have you approach the microphone. I know it's a little bit of a walk, but if I can just state your name and nation.
Get your steps in.
For the record. Yeah, get your steps in for today. We have a gentleman. Thank you. Microphone on the floor, please. Well, we might have to come over and
Man, how'd you turn it off?
He can get his steps in.
turn on the microphone. No, it's on from our end.
Oh, of course.
You've been muted.
Although we can hear you, we want you on the record. Just.
I have a loud voice.
Nokomis, Kokam, Jijak, Dodam, Katagon, Zibi, Ojibwa, Ojibwe, and Dal. Garden River First Nation, I'm going to move the agenda. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Hugumakwe. Seconder.
Chief Tanner Simpson, Alderville First Nation. I think a lot of us were on Queen's Park yesterday, and there was a demonstration against Bill 5. I was hoping if we could maybe have some time on the agenda today to add a discussion or a session on the discussion of Bill 5 and what our reaction might be to it, especially if Greg Rickford is going to be here on the third day. It'd be great if we had some sort of action plan to present. I'm just hoping that we can find some place today to perhaps discuss Bill 5 and our response. Other than that, I'd be able to second the agenda.
Okay, miigwech. So we have a mover and a seconder. So the recommendation is we discuss Bill 5. I know there's a slight reference to Bill 5 on day 2, but the recommendation is that we actually add it on day 1 is the recommendation. So just looking at the agenda, again, it's a packed agenda. We're a little bit behind already, but it's important to deal with that. I'm hearing today. We were looking at this. One of the options was maybe before lunch, and the agenda item before lunch is a matter dealing with policing, but I've been advised that that's a very important issue as well. And we do have guests coming in to make that presentation on policing. So we could do it right after lunch at 1 o'clock. That's another option. Now, just a reminder, we're going to get behind, and it's important to finish by 4:15 so that we can be ready for the protocols starting at 5 o'clock, and that's going to take all evening. So we can do it either after lunch, or another thought, Chiefs, this is your meeting though, is that we take a very short break, we grab our lunch, and then we continue on and have a lunch meeting and have that discussion while we have the meal. That's the other option. So we can meet through lunch. I see a thumbs up, or we can come back at 1 o'clock. Are we okay meeting through lunch? Okay, good. Hugumakweg, I see you rolling up your sleeves. Get down to business, so thank you. So we'll do it that way. So that's the one amendment on the agenda. We'll add discussion on Bill 5 at 12 o'clock. Any more comments or discussion on the agenda? I don't see any. Last call. Oh, I've got to keep monitoring online to make sure if there's any comments or questions online. I don't see any hands raised. Just a reminder online, if you'd like to raise a point or have any questions, and I'm looking at the screen, just hit the raise hand function. Otherwise, I see no more discussion. So, all in favor of the motion, this is just a motion to accept the agenda as amended with a slight change. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, any opposition? I see none. Abstentions? Okay, so motion is carried. We will go with the agenda as amended. So I think that's it for me. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Sherry. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Adam. Okay, we'll move right into the agenda. We'll do welcome and opening remarks. I'll call up Grand Council Chief Linda Dubosky. Minoka Sheba Gwet Kanawaya, Chimi Gwet Kanawaya Gabajait Mampi, Minoa virtually Abaja Chinendum Gabajait. Bojo Waseaban Dishnakas, Dik Dodem, Chiging Donjaba, Gama Koyendao. In line with our Gudwe Wangazid Anishinaabe, before I start my opening comments, we are one family and we lost a family member not too long ago. So I would ask the Assembly and those that are here observing to help us with a moment of silence for one of our Gimak, the late Chief Job Wabagwan from Thessalon. He has joined our ancestors in the spirit world and works to guide us right now. So I just ask for a moment of silence before we formally start this agenda. Miigwech. Miigwech. I'd like to acknowledge all of our beautiful Manda Kwayok Minoa Manda Ninok in our assembly and our participants in the room here and online who are watching. I'd like to acknowledge our leadership on the line that we have joining us. We can't see who's on the line here, so I'd like to acknowledge Chief Brent Niganabi from Mississauga First Nation, Mississauga, Chief Patsy Corbier from Ondekumnakaning, Chief Rhonda Williamson, and Proxy Ted Snake from Rama First Nation. So we do have a large attendance here today, and I want to say Chimigwech for that. I'd like to call upon my regional chiefs to join me and deputy as well. We all spoke a year ago about being united and standing together for all of our nations and really listening to our communities and really working for our communities and remembering why we're here. And I want to acknowledge our team here, but also our board members who form our complete leadership council. I'll start to my left, Chief Louis Quiswa from Netmizalgaming Anishinaabe. He's a board member for Northern Superior. We also have Chief Jerry Duquette from Dokis, who's the Lake Huron board member.
Jim Bob Marsden, who is our Southeast board member. He is joining us online. Board member is echo. And Chief Kimberly Brissett from our Southwest region. So that forms our, and Ima Tim Amanika from Wequemcong, that forms our leadership council. We know we're a bit behind, so I'm going to keep my comments as brief as I can. And throughout, what I'll reserve on behalf of all of us is reserve the right to make some comments during the agenda with our chair in order to be a bit more brief this morning. So it's been a very busy year. We started very quickly into a Chiefs of Ontario Assembly where we saw the election of our Ontario Regional Chief. Following that was the AFN Assembly. Quickly, we got many updates from our administrative staff, as well as our commissioners on where things were at. All of us have traveled to all of our communities, most of all of our communities. I'm almost there for all of the direct community visits for myself, and I'm hoping to complete that over the summer. We've had a series of regional meetings very quickly into our term to determine what our priorities are. Our regional meetings, we've had 2 rounds of them, one for the priorities and the general updates. We've also been working on the Indian Residential School file and continuing to raise that advocacy profile. I've been working on advocacy for our Great Lakes and our waters. There is a need. Some time ago, maybe a decade or so more ago, our Anishinaabe Nation leadership met with the Indian tribes of the U.S. and an accord was signed, an agreement, a relationship, and that hasn't been done since. And listening to the elders and Shikaba as well, he always wanted to bring that back together. And the place we are in today with the US and Canada, I believe that there is a great opportunity to repolish that relationship with our nations across the border, and in the hopes that we collectively work on the Great Lakes together and to perhaps realize some opportunities for our communities for economic development. I've had preliminary conversations with Wisconsin tribes who were signatories to that accord, and they're willing to help on their end to help our nation come together like we did before. And when we did that before, we erected a pole in Garden River at the time, and we had agreed to meet. So I believe and feel that it's time we repolish those relationships amongst our Anishinaabe people across the border. Attending many different things, but the focus on relevancy for Anishinaabe Nation and unity for Anishinaabe Nation has been many of our priorities, but also looking at different opportunities for our nations, for the leadership, and working in a better way to support our leadership and your members. One of the things we did differently this year is we invited all of our, I don't like to use the word entities, but for this purpose, we invited our entities, our Anishinaabe education system, Kaganasawin, Moknagon, and Health Transformation to meet with us. When we Getset talked about the Jaganash way and Anishinaabe at both ceremonies last night, this morning, and his opening comments. And when Godowaiwan Gazette was created and the way Shikaba drew out what that looked like, that was our family, and these are rooms in our homes. And I remember that way back when he carried us through those teachings. From an Anishinaabe perspective, we've created rooms to our homes with the Anishinaabe Education Agreement, with Cognosawin, with Health Transformation, with Bamoknagon. We either created them or are building them. From an Anishinaabe perspective, those are rooms of our lodge, of our home, like our homes where we live. The corporate thinking, that Jognosh way of thinking, is considering them very separate and apart from this Grand Council, where the mandates came from, where these ideas and directions were created and birthed by our leadership on behalf of their citizens, our citizens. And, I think we're struggling with that a little bit. I was told, by Getsit to be honest and truthful when holding this pipe. And I will be honest and truthful that part of our challenges is that unity amongst our rooms in the houses. I think the rooms are there, but I think there's a wall without a door to make sure we have that free flow of what we're creating for the nation and our people. And in my view, and what I've experienced in the last year, has created almost division amongst ourselves. And that is something we cannot do. Another teaching that I received in this year is about the unity of our leaders, of our communities within the Anishinaabe Nation, the importance of staying strong together as a family through thick and thin, but also not fighting amongst each other. What are the principles of being Anishinaabe? What are the principles of the Anishinaabe Nation? We cannot fall into the tactics of settler governments to create a conquer and divide regime amongst our own. And we see that them doing that quite well, and that's what makes them stronger, and that's what causes our giant to sleep. Being together, working together, respecting each other, and our collective responsibility of stewards of the land is vitally important. And I know, even in my experience of being chief, we try to protect the little we've been assigned, not by our choice, the little bits we have, but we've learned and we've been empowered to understand that these areas are also treaty areas. And, some of these treaty areas overlap, but as Regional Chief McLeod always points out, treaties are between the nations and the settler state. Those treaties are not to create division amongst our own people. For those to happen, treaties amongst ourselves could be an answer. And I want to acknowledge Netmazagming and Bingtagong. They invited me to their second annual treaty gathering, and they've created a treaty amongst themselves to work as true partners in the stewardship of their lands and respecting each other's decision. And they consult with each other on what they're doing, where it impacts the other. So I just want to acknowledge that work that's being done by our communities. And I just want to say miigwech for teaching us that and inviting us to experience the ceremony, being part of ceremony, and looking at how our communities truly can work together and show government how to do it right. So miigwech. I think I'll stop there, but I do want to recognize two of our only staff members in the political office, and they're in the back not listening because they're busy working. Oh, there they are. Todd Lewis, if you can stand up. For the chiefs, this is Todd Lewis. He's our Director of Policy. He works very hard. He's available. He works directly with staff and, provides advice and support, strongly rooted in Anishinaabe teachings and many years of experience. And for our leadership, you can reach out to him anytime for anything. He's there, and if he doesn't know, he'll figure it out. And our other staff member I want to acknowledge is Lynn Bowerman. She's in the back. She was actually retired when I asked her to come and help, and she spent many years supporting our leadership within the Anishinaabe Nation. So she's very familiar with our roles and responsibilities, and really supports our team here and keeping us straight. And she's always, doing a good job chasing after me for things I've missed. So she's another person that can be reached out to for anything. And lastly, I just want to say to our leadership, we're here to work for you. We're here to help support and advocate for you. We're here to listen, take your direction, and act upon it. And understanding that things come up like Bill 5. We may not have an official resolution in this assembly, but we've raised and continue to raise those issues, and we're seeing that support from our nations to give us that comfort and being able to go up ahead, do that advocacy while our communities are, supporting those efforts as well at home. And, to our leadership, Chimigwech, to you and to your families for sharing you with all of us and our nations. I can't say that enough. Our children miss us when we're gone. And, we always need to always be there for our children and grandchildren. So I just want to acknowledge also to my own family for sharing me with everybody and understanding they can't see me all the time. So Chimigwech for that. And I'll turn to the rest of our deputy, and then to our regional chiefs who are part of a really incredible team. Miigwech.
Miigwech Grand Chief. I don't know if you noticed a little bit earlier, she said, "Can I look at your notes?" She wanted to see what I was going to say, so I'm going to have to exclude what she copied on me. Mino Kajed, no, maybe in the afternoon now. Gwindamaga Indigenous Cause, Amjanong Donjaba, Anike, Nishnabek, Gima and Dao. Anishinaabe and Dow. Just gives me great pleasure to welcome everybody here today, to see so many people make themselves present. I know there's a number of people online, but I'd like to welcome everybody to the territory I come from, the Southwest. Very proud of our territory. We have the smallest region within the Anishinaabe Nation. We only have 4 communities, but our population is roughly about 8,000 to 9,000 collectively between those First Nations. So, and I see a number of them here today. So, welcome to all of our Southwest delegates, and of course everybody who's traveled. I'd like to acknowledge our sacred items, our Eagle staff, the sacred items in the room, our elders, our veterans, our youth, and our chiefs, proxies, and council members. Welcome. I wanted to acknowledge our chairs, our co-chairs. We have second to none in Adam Fiddler. We know he comes from a different territory, but when you have the opportunity to get the best, you do that. And he's proven time and time again of his worthiness to chair meetings. And to my old babysitter, Sherry Crowley, she used to babysit me, her and her sisters, until we got a little bit too old, and then we had to switch to male babysitters with me and my brothers. But Sherry was, she's a longtime council member at Amjanong, and I didn't know she recently retired. So congratulations, Sherry, and well deserved. And I'd like to acknowledge my chief as well for being here and showing the support to me for most standing legal matters. So I appreciate my community's ongoing support. It's been quite the year. And of course, Richard talked a little bit this morning about some of the ceremonies we've gone through. And I just wanted to extend my appreciation to Richard and Chop and others, Rhonda, for putting together our bundles and to making sure that we're aware of the responsibilities that we have. And, I don't take the responsibilities given to me lightly, being in charge of our bundle, being in charge of our Eagle staff, sharing it, and, traveling to different communities with it. I've been to a few powwows, but I've been to all the regions now. We've had the opportunity to accept many invitations. We've been there to community events to celebrate, to grieve, to protest, for ceremony, and for meetings. It's all about balance. And when we got good things going on in communities, it doesn't take much to get in a car and drive 6 hours to go celebrate with that community about somebody, a young person in their community celebrating an accomplishment, whatever the case may be, because we are just one Anishinaabe family. So, I talked about it a little bit earlier. My treaty is almost 200 years old, 1827. We're just coming up to 200 years. And, with the likes of Bill 5, a community like mine, we come from Amjanong, many of you understand the logistics that we face there. But 200 years, we signed our treaty. And, I'm a proud descendant of 4 of those people who signed that treaty. But, the first 100 years was all settlement. But it was the last 100 years that we've seen all the industrial development, all because of unregulated industrial development, which then led to a lot of provincial laws that were put into place to protect us, to address the issues that we had been raising for so long. So now to go against the rule of law, to break their own laws, is something that I'm glad Chief Simpson, wants to be brought to the floor, because a community like mine, developed without any regulations, is going to end up being your communities next. And if, you just have to look at the mandate of the provincial government and understand, where they're coming from and where they want to go. So it's ultimately up to us to protect our lands and resources for our future generations. We've had both provincial and federal elections, and right out of the gate comes these bills, and I don't think Mr. Carney's far behind in drafting bills to go before Parliament, before the House, similar to what we see in Bill 5. And you can't tell me that they didn't draft these bills and introduce them prior to them even being elected, which obviously then left us out of any discussions, and that is obviously what our concerns are. Yesterday's rally was unexpected and a turn, and obviously not because we weren't consulted, but we've been busy along with our staff analyzing the bill, to come up with potential impacts, and all of our departments have shared in the contributions immensely to that effort, to help prepare our Grand Council chief to make those submissions to the committees. And, one thing for certain, Grand Chief talked about it a little bit. We have a dedicated staff. Al talked about it as well. There's a dedicated staff, and whether they're from the nation or not from the nation, those who are not from the nation kind of understand now the family kind of atmosphere that we have and what we're here and what we're doing, and it's a little bit different than maybe any previous job or even what they went to school for. But people are buying into this, and I couldn't be prouder to be part of that team. And, I just wanted to make sure that all the staff that are here recognize that we as the Leadership Council appreciate your efforts. And Grand Chief talked about it. I think she took it out of one of my pages here. We did a little bit of restructuring from the last political office. She's indicated we only have 2 staff, but that gives us an opportunity now to rely more on our regional chiefs and, to have them more involved and participate more. And, with that large team effort, I'm just actually very proud to be part of it. And I just look forward to the mandate coming out of this meeting with further resolutions, and look forward to, accepting more community visits or invitations to come to your communities. I'm not quite as far along as Linda, but, I'm a little bit off the beaten path. But if you want to look at my GPS, I used to hear former Grand Council Chief Glenn Hare talk about, I put 1 million miles on my, well, I'm about 6,000 miles a month on my GPS, and but it's all work related, and but I'm glad that my family is growing and affords me that opportunity to make myself available for the work that I've been chosen to do. So with that, miigwech, and I wish you all good luck or good week.
Chief and Regional Chief Joe Muskokaman, I'll call on you next. We are in his territory, and collectively, the leadership of this area elected to have this assembly here, so I'll turn it over to Chief Joe.
Thank you very much, Grand Council Chief. First of all, on behalf of the Southwest Chiefs, I would like to welcome everyone in person and virtually to our region. The Southwest is unique in a number of ways. One way that is just now coming to prominence is that this is the fastest growing area in Canada outside of the GTA. We're having the largest industrial boom, the largest housing needs, the largest amount of influx of people coming to reside within this territory than any place in Canada. And so the changes that are going to be upon us, upon our First Nations, upon our treaties, the pressure that it's going to place in terms of exercising our rights, and I warn our friends of the North, if you want to see what you're going to look like, look at us. Every time there is another corridor put through your treaty, every time there is another transmission line put through, every time there's another road built, every time there is another rezoning taking place by municipalities, every time the provincial government puts down their land policy that the municipalities have to adhere to, your rights are going to shrink. Your rights will continue to shrink. And it is at the cost of the spirit of the land. It is at the cost of our future generations. It will be at the cost of our environment. It will be at the cost of the water. Who will pay for that? Because those are costs that are never taken onto the balance sheet. Those are costs that are never attributed to population growth and expansion. Those are the costs of industrialization. And we face today, my family, we face today a dual threat. One from the federal side and one from now in the provincial side known as Bill 5. That is going to set up these economic zones. And as other people have said, at the cost of what? They will once again build their economies on our backs. They will once again prosper at the cost of our children. They will once again throw aside the values that they claim that they represent in respect for the water and the nature and the animals and the land. They will throw that up in the air. Virginia, beware. We are entering dangerous times. As the Grand Council Chief said, we must stand together as a family. Now more than ever. And we need to tell the story to our children. We need to pass those stories, that history, our legacy, our determination. We must pass that on. I look forward to each of you contributing to this discussion over the next 3 days. And I hope you all will. And don't be afraid to stand up and repeat something that has already been said, because it needs to be said time and time and time and time again until they listen. Miigwech.
Bonjour, Zongizi de Gomakok Tudum, Pajwabik Zaginish Rebecca. I want to acknowledge the elders' comments this morning, and as well as the sacred items we have and the muck we have in the room, and of course our grassroots people. You know, Joe's a hard act to follow. He is, because he pretty well hits the nail on the head. So I'm just going to go with the stuff I've been doing for the last year. So we're gathered today. We're gathered here today with a shared purpose to protect our lands, our waters, and our inherent rights. For centuries, the Anishinaabe Nation has stood firm in its responsibility to be caretakers of Mother Earth, ensuring balance, sustainability, and well-being of our future generations. And this duty has never been more critical today. We face mounting challenges, environmental threats, resource extraction pressures, policies that fail to recognize the depth of our connection to the land, water, and environment. But today, we reaffirm our commitment to advocacy, to leadership, and to preservation of Mother Earth, that who sustains us. Across our territories, aerial spraying continues to pose risk to our health and ecosystems. Glyphosate is a widely used herbicide and is contaminating our food, forest, and water. This is simply not an environmental issue. It's a matter of sovereignty, of the right to protect the lands and waters that have sustained us from time immemorial. The federal reassessment of glyphosate must include the voices of our First Nation communities. Our waters, sacred and life-giving, are at risk. The Person of Water Initiative seeks to recognize the inherent rights of our lakes and rivers and to give them legal standing as living entities. Water is more than a resource. It's a relative, a lifeblood that nourishes the land, our people. If we do not act now, we risk losing what cannot be replaced. And I think that's what Joe had mentioned as well within his glorious speech. Mining, forestry, and other industries continue to encroach upon our territories. The Anishinaabe Nation is strengthening its capacity through GIS mapping and values identification, ensuring that our communities have the tools and resources to participate in resource management decisions, advocate for our rights, and protect our traditional lands from harm. Advocacy is not passive, it is a force. It is the work that we do every day for our First Nations, ensuring food security throughout agricultural initiatives, such as greenhouse projects to build self-sufficiency, and engaging in discussions to shape policies that affect First Nations lands and resources. The Anishinaabe Ontario Resource Management Council provides a platform for the Anishinaabe Nation First Nations to guide national resources policy, advocating for the Anishinaabe Nation First Nation on harvesting rights and resource use. The Chiefs Committee on Environment continues to advance strategic initiatives like the Great Lakes Freshwater Ecosystem Initiatives. We are moving forward, not waiting for the change to be handed to us, but taking the lead and shaping it. And imagine a future where Anishinaabe communities are the primary caregivers of our sacred lands, the Kinomagi Wapkang, the Petrikiva Provincial Park, where our youth can continue the legacy of the water protection, where our lands and resource and food systems are sustained not by external decisions, but by First Nations. This is the future. That future is within reach, and we need to commit to that. The responsibility is ours. We must engage. We must challenge policies that threatens our lands. We must fight for recognition, for protection, and the right to determine the future of our territories. The time for advocacy is now. The time for action is now, and together we will safeguard our legacy. Shmigoch.
Onin Kinoweo. Zongabwe Dijnakas. Bising Dunjaba. Good morning, everybody. First, I just want to thank the chiefs of the region that have invited us here in their territory. Chimigwich for that, and of course, all our sacred items. I want to thank the Creator for allowing me to get up one more day and fight the good fight. I drove up this morning I rode up on my motorcycle from Toronto this morning, and it was nice. It's always a good place for me to reflect because I'm by myself and I'm in my head where sometimes it's hard to get out of. But I did snap out of it because when you're on a motorcycle, you quickly realize when you're in farm country, the air is it's got a smell to it. You don't notice that as much when you're in a vehicle, but on a motorcycle you do. It's been a crazy couple of weeks since we found out about Bill 5. As many of you know, we gathered yesterday. I've been asked to bring a couple messages this morning on behalf of Saul Mamakwa. He called me late last night, just before I was going to bed, and I was watching the news and watching the First Minister's meeting that was going on, listening to Doug Ford speak. At which time I realized something, because in between the news segments there was a commercial, and I realized that I think the Flex Seal guy is Doug Ford. I was listening to them talk, and they sounded seamlessly the same person. So Saul called me, and he was very emotional. Saul's been carrying a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he wanted me to send his thanks for all the people that stood behind him and supported his fight in their government. And he wanted to let people know that sometimes it's very lonely as a government official in being Anishinaabe, and it was very important to him personally to see all the support that we gave him. So, I think it's important to know that, because, as political leaders here in this circle, we feel strength because we're surrounded by our own. But some of our leaders, like Saul, are not surrounded, and they're in a foreign house that has rules that contradict ours. As you heard, he was asked to leave yesterday, the chambers, for speaking the truth. What he said was that the Premier Ford was saying some untruths about his respect for treaty and his respect for Indigenous people. That's all he said. And the Speaker of the House was told that they have to give him a warning, and that he had to, I forget the political term, withdraw his comments. The thing they didn't know, and the thing that they don't understand, is that Saul was speaking with an eagle feather in his hand. And by our protocol and our rules, Saul cannot speak anything but the truth. And so he stood up not only for us, he stood up for our protocol, for our beliefs, for our way of doing things. As a result, they asked him to leave the House. That should tell us a lot about their House and how different things are, when you can't even speak the truth in there. We come here and we speak the truth because we are told from a very young age that Debowin, the truth is one of the most important things, one of our most important teachings. But yet that house does not allow it. So we need to think about that, and we need to talk about this in our discussions. And I thank Chief Simpson for raising that and adding it to the agenda. Saul messaged me just before I got here this morning to let me know that they sat late into the evening last night, and the majority government Conservatives basically threw all the rules at them, amended the rules so that very little debate could go on and that they could push this through. As a result, it looks like it's going to be passed tomorrow afternoon. Not Thursday. He couldn't say for 100% certainty, but he said it'll most likely be passed tomorrow afternoon. So I want you to think about that as we go into the discussion on Bill 5. I question whether we even want Mr. Rickford in this room. But if we do, I ask one thing, is that we make him hold an eagle feather when he speaks. We tell him that our rules is you speak the truth. So let's discuss that in the agenda item regarding Bill 5.
Ani Bosho, Kwe, Nigani Makwa Kwe Indigenous Cause, Makwan Dodam, Pamadish Kodeyang, Dunjaba. Good morning. My name is Marcia Smoke. I'm the Southeast Regional Chief for the Anishinaabe Nation. Miigwech to the Getsit and to the medicines, to the words of wisdoms that were shared with us this morning. I'd like to acknowledge the veterans and the ancestors that are here amongst us. I want to say that I appreciate being pointed out that everything we do is all about the land. That's something that's always front and center with me whenever I engage in any of the work that I carry out. It's been 1 year since I've been in this position, and since I joined you in this family circle. I'm really grateful to be able to work with the Algonquin, the Chippewa, and the Potawatomi nations within our Anishinaabe family. And I appreciate the time that they've given me to be able to find that good way to work with them and share what I learn from this position that I'm in, and seek their guidance on issues that are important to everyone. It's been a good time over the past year with new leadership, with going through a process where there was much to review in terms of how the Anishinaabe Nation is what its functions are and its roles, and how we bring this, our nation back into the powerful role that we once were, a powerful nation. There were a lot of questions. I had a lot of questions. There's been good input and direction from from communities through the regional meetings, through the Fall Assembly, our Leadership Council meetings, and discussions with staff and conversations among many of you who we've been able to stand for 5 minutes or, sit together for an hour and share experiences. I appreciate that that we had that time to get to know each other. I came into this role a year ago after basically being in business for my whole life, but also in politics. But I had taken a hiatus for a few years, and so I thought I forgot a lot. I thought I would have to be on a learning curve, but it's amazing how quickly everything comes back to you, especially when it's your inherent right, because you know exactly what you need to do. So in the last year, we've undergone a lot of reviews of a lot of issues and a lot of situations. And gradually we moved into the portfolio areas where we would be helpful to work with staff and work with First Nations. And one of those portfolios that I had an opportunity to participate in was with the governance group on citizenship. And it was last year that I listened to, I was sitting in the weeds where I usually am, somewhere in the back, listening to the presentations last year, and I was really taken aback by the presentation made by Commissioner Jeanette Corbière-Laval, and how she still had that strong determination that she had as a young woman when she first brought this issue to save our families, save our future. And it's been an interesting journey for me as I've been able to work with the team that's working on citizenship, and basically with the understanding what I was taught, and that was to never leave anyone behind. It's something that my mother taught me when I was very young. She taught all of us that. And throughout time in this role, citizenship, we're going to be dealing with that as a full agenda item later on. But I just want to say that the work that's being done is, for me, it's important that it's based on work of inclusion rather than exclusion, because we have a lot of family members out there who have been left behind because of the laws of the government, and that law that was put in place in the 1800s, and we think that present day Indian Act that was that we're working with is the one that's there on the table. But that Indian Act, our people are being challenged over a section of the Indian Act to this day in court that existed in 1896. So we think that we're working in the present, but the government is still working in the past, and they're still trying to find those ways to limit our people, limit our families, limit who will be recognized to be able to speak out about our families, our communities, the issues that we face. So on the, just briefly on that, I do want to say that Bill 38 is something that our Grand Chief had communicated with the former Minister of Indigenous Services Canada to get that bill through back into the parliamentary system. Unfortunately, it didn't. It basically died on the order table when the government was prorogued in January for the election. But last week, that same piece of legislation, there may be some amendments to it, but that was reintroduced in the Senate last week. And this bill is about enfranchisement. And there's a lot of a lot of communities, and some more than others, that have more members that are going to be affected by this. Across the country, there's approximately 3,500 people that are entitled to be registered based on the rights that were taken away from them during enfranchisement. So the other part about that is that the Auditor General has been doing an assessment on Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations. And what they've been doing is they've been basically looking at examining how Indigenous Services has been doing their job in dealing with the whole issue of registration. And that report is going to come out on June the 10th. And after that is out, once government has a chance to examine what those findings are, they'll then look at how they're going to work towards second generation cutoff. And that's work that, again, Jeanette and the governance team with Dave, Shawana, and others have been following and being involved with all along. I'll leave that on the citizenship for now. But I do want to talk about housing. And it's when we had our regional meetings last fall, we asked our communities, we asked the chiefs in the Southeast region what their priorities were, and everyone talked about housing. And and what we found was throughout all of the regional meetings, most areas raised the issue of housing. So just the way that I do things, I came back to the Anishinaabe Nation. I asked, okay, we've got all of these reports from Chiefs of Ontario. We've got reports from the Assembly of First Nations saying we have this amount of money that is needed to satisfy the housing needs in our regions. But I asked, where did the numbers come from? Where did, you know, and not only where did the numbers come from, but what is the Anishinaabe Nation's number? How much, if there's all these billions of dollars that are, you know, that are due for housing for the Anishinaabe Nation, how much does that represent for us? So I'm not able to get an answer yet, but what I was able to learn was that at some point in the past, perhaps for capacity reasons, I don't know what the reasons is, that mandate from the Anishinaabe Nation was shifted over to the Chiefs of Ontario. And so this is why I was unable to be able to find enough information to be able to work with the Southeast Chiefs to look at where's that base that I start to be able to look at what those housing needs are and where, and you know, without having that data, you know, you can't even do a strategy to be able to figure out the next steps. So, you know, when I've spoke to the Grand Chief about it, and I've raised it in our Leadership Council meetings before, and I'm very happy that our Grand Chief is working with the staff to be able to find a way to bring that mandate back to the Anishinaabe Nation, where we can actually do the work that you've asked us to do, and that it's, you know, not shifted over to the City of Toronto to be able to you know, figure out what First Nations in our communities' needs are. So that, to me, that's you know, something that is going to be dealt with on the agenda as well later on. And then the last thing I want to talk about is when I looked at all the resolutions, when I looked at the issues that we have, you know, quite often resourcing is a huge problem and a real shortfall in many areas, and it has to do with structures that we want to build in communities or that communities want to see built. It has to do with support in being able to hire people to be able to satisfy some of the needs in communities, and those resources just aren't there. And there's so much reliance on federal and provincial governments that you know, there's a lot of things get missed, and a lot of things governments don't have the budget for, or they limit the amount of money that is available. So I've been looking at alternate sources of funding, and throughout the the years past, I've worked with First Nations before on looking at what's available in the charitable sector through foundations and through private corporations, and those funds can be accessed. There's over $1 billion a year that these groups give out just because they want to be able to give back to the community. Many of them are there are allies out there, and that accessing those funds would be through. We've got the Seven Generations Charity. I'm not really familiar with how that works, but that could be an avenue. But also communities who have qualified donee status are also eligible to apply for those funds. So I want to finish off really quickly because my time is up and I think I used up somebody else's time. But thank you very much, and I appreciate the people that I work with, the people that we walk with. I appreciate working with the communities and the chiefs in the Southeast region, and I really appreciate the support they show me, and just say miigwech. Thank you.
In seconds, I just want to acknowledge the attendance of our Ontario Regional Chief. He will be sharing some comments later on, but I just wanted to acknowledge that he's here. I think, we extended invitation, our ORC responds, we extended invitation to many other people that I know our chiefs want to talk to, and they've all declined. So I think that shows us something. Miigwech.
Okay, miigwech for that good work that you all the chiefs in their regions are working hard and advocating for our communities, and your hard work is surely not going unnoticed. I'd like to bring your attention to the agenda. We are over an hour behind. On the agenda, we're at the part of our break. However, we're going to continue moving forward. There is snacks out there, so if you do need to have something quick to eat, I'll let you go in and do that. But I also would like to acknowledge Ogama Keith Knott from Curve Lake. It's his birthday today, so I do want to say that and give him a nice round of applause. And when you see him throughout the day, give him a nice hug and wish him a happy birthday. I was saying if I had a Marilyn Monroe voice, I'd sing him his happy birthday, but I don't. Okay, moving forward with our business. I am going to make a motion here to move into, is this your notes? That we move go right into open up the Union of Ontario Indian Business. I would need a mover and a seconder to move into the corporate business. Can I have someone go up to the mic so we can continue moving forward? We are going into the Union of Ontario Indian.
Hi, Chief Kimberly Brzett, head on Stony Point First Nation. I move.
Thank you, Kimberly. Ogama.
Chief Kelly LaRocca, Scugog Island First Nation. I'll second it.
Perfect, thank you. So I have a mover and a seconder. Okay, I'm going to call up Alan Dukes, the intern Chief Executive Officer, in regards to the audit process update.
I've been told to make it brief, so I was gonna sing Chief Knott happy birthday, but I'll have to pass. I have a few things to take care of. this morning for you with respect to the corporate business. I'll be providing you with an audit process update. That's simply a report. I'll move in, turn it back to the co-chairs to move through the appointment of auditor resolution. And then we'll move on to the review and acceptance of the UI corporate minutes, and then into a bylaw amendment approval with Fred Balfoy, our legal counsel. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge our Union of Ontario Indians Treasury Board. I know for certain that our Secretary Treasurer, Dwayne Nashkawa, who is a member of Saugeen First Nation and had previously served with the Treasury Board and is now on board back with us. I'm not sure. Dwayne, are you still in the room? Oh, he's back there waving his hand. Dwayne has started with us back in the fall of 2024, and it's been a pleasure working with Dwayne on the financial matters, along with the remainder of the Treasury Board, who are your Southwest Region Rep, Liz Cloud from Chippewa, Kettle, and Stony Point First Nation, the Southeast Region Rep, Phyllis Williams from Curve Lake First Nation, your Northern Superior Rep, Chief Helen Pavila from Namagusa-Zagagan First Nation, and your Lake Huron Rep, Brennan Houston from Nipissing First Nation. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge former Secretary Treasurer Gary Dokis, who, as some of you may know, has moved on to fill the role of CEO at the Anishinaabe Nation, and he's up in Thunder Bay now. And Gary has provided filled a number of roles in the organization over the years. So, Chimigwech, Gary, for your contributions over the years. If I could get the PowerPoint presentation up for the audit, for the audit process overview, please. There's no PowerPoint? Okay, that's fine. I'll just go off my PowerPoint here. So, if you're, for those familiar with the normal process in the past, the purpose of the presentation today is to provide you with an overview of the historic process and timelines for the annual audit process, the challenges that we've experienced in the past with that process, and a new approved process that we brought forward to the Anishinaabe Nation Leadership Council that's been approved. And so we want to report on that to ensure that you are informed about why you're not being presented the audit today, and where that will be presented moving forward, and how that is going to occur and why. So historically, the process has been in place for over 25 years. I recall this when I first started at the Union of Ontario Indians, and essentially has not been adjusted, except for in 2020 during the pandemic. If you recall that audit was presented in the summer of 2020. The impact of the organization has grown over the last couple of decades significantly, and that has posed a challenge. That challenge has resulted in an increase in transactions, as you probably know from working within your communities, coupled with more stringent auditing procedures and requirements for the auditing firms, has made the timeframes very difficult to meet, to move from March 31st into presenting you an audit at the corporate meeting here today. The historic timeframes that have contributed to challenges are as follows. There's been an increased risk of errors. There has been an increased risk of financial statements not being accurate. There's been increased audit cost fees. For example, in the last fiscal year, we nearly doubled the amount of hours spent on the audit by the auditing firm, simply due to the amount of work it was taking, the compressed timeframes for both staff and for the auditing firm to meet the tight timeframes. That's all. In addition, we've seen increased overtime for staff working in our finance department, as well as we're seeing the same challenges with the auditing firms that I'll touch on in a minute. So for us to better understand the challenges, myself in the role of interim CEO and our Director of Finance, Mohammed Zubair Mughal, met with the auditors of KPMG, Derek D'Angelo, to identify the challenge and map out a new process forward. We originally thought that we would introduce this in the next fiscal year, but it became very evident that it would require more immediate attention. So we brought forward a plan to the Anishinaabe Nation Leadership Council as follows. The amended process and timeline for the current fiscal year audit, and of course these specific dates would be modified on a year-by-year basis according to the calendar year. So for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025, the final general ledger was due to the auditors on May 26, 2025. That was, I can confirm that was completed. Our finance team, led by our finance director, worked with our department directors to complete that work, something that was challenging in the past, but we were able to meet that deadline. And the audit started yesterday, June 2nd, and will continue through June 13th. Okay, added challenges here. So there's all the information on the screen now for that, Miigwech. So the audit is taking place June 2nd to 13th. That's currently underway, and that what we're anticipating is that the Treasury Board and Leadership Council presentation by the auditor will take place the week of June 23rd, 2025, with a motion to accept and approve the audit there. And then we would make the presentation at a duly convened membership meeting as we're doing today in the fall of 2025. We had originally contemplated and made a recommendation to Leadership Council that we could possibly do that in July. The suggestion was that we do it at the Assembly in the fall of 2025 in order to respect the Chief's time and the difficulty that you have managing the amount of the demands on your time. So that was approved. So I'm essentially reporting on that today, and I'd like to ask if there's any questions or concerns. We did this obviously in the best interest of ensuring that we have accurate, timely information and do so in a financially responsible manner, and also recognizing that it was becoming unrealistic to meet the deadline of this week, the first week of June, for your gathering. Are there any questions? Please let me know. Okay. You could turn, that's good there. So the next item is the appointment of the auditor for the fiscal year 2025-26. That's for KPMG, our current auditor. I will note that that service will be tendered for in the coming year for fiscal 2026-27. So there's a resolution for your consideration that I'll turn it over to the chairs to walk through that resolution for the appointment of the auditor for 25-26.
If we could get that resolution up on the screen. It's the audit services. Okay, let it be said, the Treasury Board for the Union of Ontario Indians have recommended the firm of KPMG for the provision of the audit services for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026. Let it be said upon that we, the Anishinaabeg Chief and Assembly, one, do hereby approve that the services of the firm KPMG be secured to prepare audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026 of the Union of Ontario Indians. Can I have a mover and seconder? Okay, I see Janelle Namabian, Ogama Janelle Namabian, and second by Ogama Chief Kimberly Brzett. Miigwech for that. Is there any questions in regards to that? All in favor? Can I raise a hand? Is there any opposed? Any abstentions? That's carried. Miigwech.
Miigwech for that. We'll move on to the review and acceptance of the Union of Ontario Indians corporate minutes from June 3rd, 2024. Those are in your meeting kit. They're fairly straightforward. They're a summary of the motions from that meeting on June 3rd in Sudbury, Ontario. There were motions for obviously opening and closing your corporate meeting of the Union of Ontario Indians, a motion to accept the financial statements of the Union of Ontario Indians, motion to appoint the auditor, and there was an amendment to approve some bylaw amendments. They're in your kit. They're there for your review. I would suggest I would turn it back over to the co-chairs. Unless you have questions about the record of that meeting, I can entertain that, but I'll turn it over to the co-chairs again.
Okay. So this is a motion to accept the minutes as presented that is in your kits and on your online. Is there any questions in regards to those minutes? Can I have a mover and seconder? Okay. I'm sorry, can you state your name? Okay, thank you. Garden River, Miigwech. Oh, Keith Knott, Miigwech, our birthday boy. Okay, is there any opposed? Any abstentions? All in favor? That's carried. Miigwech. And I'd like to call on Fred Bellafoy. Is he here? Oh, there you are.
Ani Bojo Kokoko Deshnakas Nipsing Jinjaba. Fred Belfay, I'm the director of the legal department. So we have before us a matter concerning the amendment to the bylaws, bylaw number 1 of the Union of Ontario Indians. If you recall, last June, we amended the bylaws to change back from 4 deputies to 1 deputy. There's consequential amendments as a result, like there's numbering issues, and a number of other issues that I'll outline slowly. It's in your kit, the copy of the bylaws with, I think it has the track changes features included in those amendments. And put on my eyes. Okay, so the Leadership Council met on December 9th and did a line-by-line review of the bylaws and suggested changes and amendments. We tracked those changes and we made those changes. We, in our legal department, we brought forward the amended bylaws to the Leadership Council on March 26th of this year and reviewed with them the changes. They were good with the changes. It reflected what they said on December 9th. Then we went out to the regions at the regional meetings in April to obtain any further feedback, any comments, any other suggested changes. We received none. The one exception was the Superior region. We were on the agenda, prepared to present, and we ran out of time. But all the regions essentially concurred with the the proposed changes. I'll give you a short summary of those changes. First one, there's nothing very substantive at all. Addition of a table of contents. There was some grammar changes and pronoun corrections to modernize the wording of the bylaw. There was a bunch of numbering mistakes, repetition of numbers of paragraphs resulting from all the changes. The reference to the Elders Council was moved to a special category called councils and committees. The one change I think that was most substantive, and it really wasn't, it was just clarification, make it clearer, was paragraph 47. It talked about removal of the Grand Council Chief. How do you do that? And it wasn't too clear whether it was 2/3 of the members as a quorum or 2/3 of the members passing a resolution. So what we spoke to Leadership Council, we spoke to the regions, and essentially the clarification was it's a special resolution which has 2/3 of the members to remove the Grand Council Chief. And there's a parallel clause related to Deputy Grand Council Chief, so we amended that as well to be clearer on that point. So in a nutshell, those are the changes, and they're in your kit, and we have a motion or a resolution rather that goes with this. Miigwech.
If I could have that resolution brought up. Yep, I have that, just so that, it's also in your packages. Let it be said upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chief and Assembly, direct the Union of Ontario Indians Corporate Bylaw Number 1 dated June 3rd, 2025 as accepted. Seeing no questions, can I have a mover and seconder? Can I have you state your name? Okay, Miigwech. Seconder? Tanner. I have a seconder. Is there any additional questions? All in favor? Oh, one more. Chief Tanner Simpson. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? It's all it's carried. Miigwech. Okay, so I'll pass this over to Adam. Okay.
Miigwech, Sherry. So we're going to move right along. The next, actually, we need a motion to come out of that session. I'll go ahead and do it. Motion to come out of that session. Mover. Can I have a mover? Sorry, state your name. Okay, Chief Maven. Seconder. Chief Knott. We got that. Motion to come out of in camera. Any opposition? None? Okay, so we were not in camera. What am I talking about? Motion to come out of that corporate session. Thank you. Is any opposition to that? None? Okay, so we are now out of that corporate session. Now we have to do another one, so another very quick corporate update. This is the Anishinaabe Nation 7 Generations Charity Corporate Meeting. So we need another motion to go into that corporate meeting. Can I have a mover? Go ahead. Yeah. You got that, Chief Brissett, in the back? Okay, seconder? You got that? Okay. Any opposition? No opposition. So we are now in the corporate session. So I'm going to give it back to Alan. Alan Dokis is going to come back, and we'll try and make it quick. This is sort of a summary, and then we'll get right to the resolution.
Miigwech, this should be the last time you hear from me, unless you have questions. So with that, we'll follow sort of a similar process, save for the there's no bylaw amendments. We at the Union of Ontario Indians provide operational services to the Anishinaabe Nation 7 Generation Charities. That's why we present. We manage that operation on their behalf. I just want to point out that the manager, Jason Ristuel, is at the back of the room. Jason, if you can stand up. There's a report in your kit. If you have questions about the charity, that's the person you see about the details of the charity. And I'll just leave it at that. He'll be promoting upcoming events like the golf tournament. So I'll be running through again the audit process.
I'm going to ask Pat Madabi to make his way up, and there he is. So the next agenda item is the Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership and Sovereign Wealth. So we'll have a quick update from Patrick, and we'll have a resolution immediately. and the Thanksgiving has been offered. Okay, they would like to come up? Okay, so before everybody rises, I just want to clarify, the Thanksgiving will be provided. Are you coming up here or doing that? Okay.
Uju, Wawaskonan, Dishnakaz, Ajchak Dodem, Dishkanzibi, and Donjaba, Nishnabe Kwayandao, Medewi on Kwayandao. Migwach Gojam Nado, Gimi Jean, Mino Gijgat Nungwa, Chimigwach, Mushomis Anonik, Minwa, Nokomis Anonik, Migwach, Kinigego Gajitoyin, Migwach, Atso Kanak, Migwach, Shkokama Kwe, Gimi Jean, Mishkiki Akin, Migwach Mitagug Nungug, Migwach Gojamnado, Migwach Govinjada. Migwach not emotional, Migwach Mounjidoing Nungwa, Migwach Jibakwe Wak, Migwach Mijum Temgot Nungwa, Migwach Miigwech, ho.
Miigwech, Betsy.
I want to remind the chiefs that our 10 minutes is up, but if we could have the chiefs slowly make their way back into the assembly so we can continue on with our presentations. Miigwech. We're at the section of policing, so I'm going to call up the Chief of Police, Jeff Sky, and also Chief of Police, James Killen, and also Grand Council Chief, sorry, Grand Council Chief Linda Dubosky. So you're on there, but you're not going to present? Yep, I'll just turn it over to the two gentlemen here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know you're enjoying your lunch. My name is Jeff Sky. I'm the Chief of Police for the Anishinaabe Police Service. I'm very honored and very touched to be up here today to talk about policing and what's going on with policing in the province of Ontario. I want to talk about a potential resolution here today. And I just want to give you some feedback and some history on where we were and where we are today. I know myself, I'm in my 33rd year of policing, and I've been there right from the start, and I've seen a lot of things happen over the past that, you know, I'm not very proud of how we were treated. You know, back in the early 90s, it was a dream of our communities to start their own police services, which did occur through the First Nation policing program. And those chiefs that really drove that were very proud of the police having their own police services. I was very proud to join in 1992, to join and make some good changes throughout the policing world to make our communities even safer. However, since 1992, there's been little investment in policing services. to a point there's been over a 30-year resource deficit. And I know communities have always said, where are you? Like, we need better policing. And we did provide the best policing when you're basically policing by yourselves. And all the hardships of those officers, you know, past and present, went through those hardships of working alone, burnout, PTSD, all those things. But they didn't give up on their communities. They continued to police their communities, no matter how hard it was. And is why we decided, you know, enough is enough. I know some police chiefs and chiefs did try their best to change policing across Ontario. So the Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario, which is called IPCO, which 9 of the police services, standalones, belong to today, decided to launch a human rights complaint. And and that complaint is still ongoing. But I want to talk about one that really drove this. I want to talk about the federal legislation, and I'll leave the minutes of settlement and the human rights complaint to Chief Colleen. And I want to talk about this resolution a little bit more, just to make sure you better understand it, because over a couple of years ago, this started with actually longer than that. I know probably 5 years ago, the Prime Minister then wanted to draft some federal legislation to deem policing in Canada an essential service. And through that process, they did come up with a potential solution of a 2-tiered process. One of the processes was regarding inherent jurisdiction, and the other one was without that. And then in the AFN Assembly, it was brought to the attention there that it was the process that didn't include inherent jurisdiction. And prior to that, there's 2 resolutions from the Chiefs of Ontario and the Assembly of First Nations that both said the same thing, that inherent jurisdiction is non-negotiable. However, the federal government tried to go around the First Nations and also tried to pass that legislation, which really failed, without the consent of every chief that's in this room today. And that's where we are today. And speaking to the Grand Chief Debosigi recently, we wanted to reintroduce that and involving the Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario, the 9 standalones, because we are a very strong voice when it comes to policing in Ontario. In fact, the minutes of settlement, and this is the pension issue. Without the Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario bringing this forward, we now have pension parity along with the OPP. And moving on that, we also have that human rights complaint, which I know Chief Colleen will dive a little bit deeper into those. We've moved a lot of things forward, but not only for Ontario, but across all the communities, all the nations across Canada. And is why I think we need to be more involved as a province, all our nations in Ontario, to move this to the next level, but have those difficult conversations about your inherent jurisdiction, but also your sovereignty. You cannot get out of that legislation. And yesterday is a good example of another. I think legislative protective services were very happy once I introduced myself to them that I'm only here for one reason, and that's to work with the chiefs that are here today because I was asked to be there. And of course, they don't like other police services to be there, but I said I'm here on the direction of my chiefs. And I mingled with everybody. I spoke to a lot of people that I knew, but it was just there. And I think at the very end, they came and talked to me. They thanked me for being there. They said this was very well organized by the Anishinaabeg Nation. Thank them very much for organizing this. And it went really well. And at the very end, they said, we're so glad you were here because we don't know anybody here and we didn't know what to expect. So just that working together is very, very important. And I was very impressed with everybody and the cause of the Bill 5. I think it's important that we always stick together, and I know Chief Knott, happy birthday, by the way, gave me a teaching, and I stand by that teaching. And he gave the Anishinaabeg Police Service a feather. And what really stood out in his teaching to that feather for the police service was, an eagle can't fly with one feather. And that's so true. And with all the feathers that are here today, that's really what it talks about, standing together and coming up with a better solution. I know these negotiations are going to be tough, but I really strongly believe that if you don't give up your rights and you allow the Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario to assist, obviously the chiefs will be part of those negotiations. I think we can come up with something that is going to work for everybody. But also, you're not only doing it for here, you're doing this for right across all those communities, First Nation communities. So I just want to point that out, and I'll be here for the rest of the day if anybody has anything else, because I think we want to talk about more updates on policing. And I'll turn this over to Chief Killeen. Thank you.
I need the mic a little lower for myself. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just introduce myself for those that don't know who I am. My name is James Killeen. I'm the Chief of Police for UCCM Anishinaabe Police Service out on Manitoulin Island. We take care of 6 communities in the Menindu-Munising area. Prior to this, I had 23 years of municipal service with Greater Sudbury Police Service, and I'll mention to you why that's so important. And so the first thing I want to do is I want to give credit to all of the officers and staff that have stuck with First Nation policing. Chief Rodney Nalgabo is here, former Chief of Police at UCCM. He knows all too well the issues that have gone on in First Nation policing. Chief Sky, his entire career in First Nation policing, and I give credit to the people that stuck with it, the communities and the officers and the staff that went through the worst times and are resilient. And I've said this repeatedly throughout talks with the government, throughout talks with our communities, is that there's 4 main streams of policing in Canada. You have federal policing, your military police and RCMP, provincial police such as the OPP, Sûreté de Québec, all municipal services, and then you have First Nation policing. And we are always on the bottom rung for funding and equity, but we are on the top rung for resilience and sticking with our communities and pushing for what is right. And so I give credit to all those officers and staff, former chiefs of communities that fought for this service. In my experience coming here, it was very apparent after 23 years of municipal policing, walking into a First Nation police service, how inadequate it was. And so when you look at it, you really see the difference right away. And any officer or staff that I've hired from outside of First Nation policing comes in and it's the same thing. Where is this? How come we don't have that? Why is it this way? And it's had to be explained to them that that funding has always been substantially lower than everywhere else. It's not fair, and it had to change. So when I came in, I met with the chiefs of my community. Grand Chief Dubosky was the chief of Chiging First Nation at the time, and she wasn't happy with the police service. And guess what? Neither was I. And we met with Chief Corbier, who's the chief of Ondick Omni Conning, and we decided to get all of our chiefs and our police commission together, and we signed a resolution. And that resolution basically said this police service is not adequate for the communities that we serve. It's not adequate for the people that we police and that we want to work with. And we need to be brought up to a standard that's at least equitable. So now I want you to think of this. We're now going, our UCCM Police is now celebrating its 30th anniversary this year, and we're 30 years behind. And when I became a police officer in 1998, I remember thinking, where could policing go? How could we actually get better than what we're at? We have good, we have top of the line guns now, we have all this equipment, and now there's a whole new wave of policing that's taken over, and it's technology. There's AI, there's body-worn cameras, everything is digital evidence. All of the Crown briefs that we put in are all digital evidence management system. It takes an incredible amount of resources. We have automatic license plate readers in our cars. Our police services, First Nation police services, are suffering trying to get that equipment in place and trying to get the resources and people that are needed to take care of those issues. These are problems that wouldn't be as exasperated if the police service had been built on a foundation built to move this service forward. It was built to fail. It was. It was built hoping we wouldn't succeed. And we've risen out of the ashes and we continue to fly high. And the reason for that is the resilience of our Indigenous people and our First Nation communities. So a number of things that we've taken on. That human rights complaint for our funding was developed from the resolutions from our community saying they are not satisfied with our police services and they want to move forward. We're ready to go. We have been for a long time. All of our evidence is very clear. And I want you to think of what happened here, because this is unheard of in the policing world, in municipal, provincial, or federal. So in March of 2023, for those that are not aware, our funding was cut off. UCCM Police, Anishinaabeg Police Service, and Treaty 3 Police Service. It was cut off because we refused to sign agreements that were discriminatory. There's discriminatory terms and conditions within the First Nation Inuit Policing Program policy, and they are still there. First of all, why are we called a program still? We're 30 years in existence. Program is a very insulting word. It implies that we're here temporarily, that we're an experiment, that we're just here to sort of try it out. No other police stream is called a program. It's federal policing, provincial policing, municipal policing. They're not called programs, they're here permanently, and we're here permanently. And I can prove to you why. On March 31st, 2023, they cut off our funding. It was terrifying for the police services. It was terrifying for us as leadership. But it was very scary for our communities, and it was scary for the people that are working for us, wondering if they were going to have jobs. And guess what? There was over 40 communities overnight that wouldn't have had policing, and the OPP and RCMP would have had to take it over. They do not have the resources to take that. So right there proves that we are an essential service. We're essential because no one else can do what we're doing, and no one else would have the knowledge, skills, abilities to deal with our communities the way that we do as First Nation police services. We had to take them to court. We got an injunction. That injunction, it was Judge Gasco, and I give him credit because he really looked at the disparity with our police services and he said, this is unheard of. You're going to reinstate the funding immediately, and you're going to sit at the table and you're going to negotiate with them. You're going to negotiate directly with the Minister of Public Safety so that we can get real answers in real time. So whenever you're negotiating with someone, you don't want to be negotiating with the third or fourth person that has to run back and get answers from someone and then there's a big delay. You want to be sitting at the table with people that can make those decisions in real time. We still don't have that. We're sitting here in these human rights hearings before our actual hearing date comes up. So these are pre-negotiations, and we're still not meeting directly with the Minister of Public Safety. We're meeting with people that represent them. That is not what the judge ordered. We were ready to go in December. The government was not. In January, they filed a motion to suspend it so that they had time to review all of the documents that we had given them, because 30 years was not enough for them to understand the disparity and the differences and inequality of First Nation policing. So now we're stuck. You look at what's gone on in our federal government now for the last 6 months. We have not sat in Parliament until, I think a week ago? That's a long time. And guess what? We're pushed down in importance. So the squeaky wheel gets the grease. We need our voices. We need our leadership. We need our communities and our chiefs of our communities to continue to speak up for us. Us as chiefs of police, we stand by our communities. We stand by issues that are going on, and we write letters of support and we advocate for you, and vice versa. And we understand that people aren't happy with the service. We're trying to make those changes. The goal of every police service should eventually be to be as self-sustainable as possible. So in my previous police service, if there was a major event such as a homicide, I didn't have to write a letter to our criminal investigation division in order to send detectives to come and investigate a homicide. It's automatic. They're out on the road and they're doing that work. Forensics units are there. Canine units are there. Everything you need to try and solve a homicide is instantly there. Although I very much appreciate the OPP and how much work they do for us and how much support they give us, there's still a big gap in how we access all those services when we need it the most. And there's that huge delay. And so for us, we want to introduce as many of those specialized units as possible so that we can give our communities the most self-sustainable and self-represented police service. So that's part of this funding complaint. But one of the biggest things is it doesn't even matter if tomorrow they gave us all of the money we were asking for, because that's what it takes to run a police service, is a large amount of funding. There are still discriminatory terms and conditions within the First Nation Inuit policing program policy that has to change. So that in 10 years from now, when I'm retired and Jeff is retired and all the chiefs of police have moved on, it's not forgotten about, and the next politician can't come in and say, well, that's not part of the policy, so we're just going to take that away. You know, UCCM just recently, we introduced our first ever full-time K-9 unit on Manitoulin Island. And that's actually an incredible achievement. And that's because of the injunction that was granted to us from Judge Gasco, allowing us to have specialized units internally. It's not permanent. And that's why we need to change that. So we need to start bringing up our voices again. We need to start advocating for this human rights complaint to move forward. And we need to really back ourselves and push this forward and make sure that we're heard. One of the things that we looked at when I got there was it had already been filed, but we had a human rights complaint that had been filed regarding our pensions. So our officers had to work 4 to 5 years longer than everybody else. They're working in extreme conditions. We've had mental health reviews done among all the police services across Ontario, and the results are horrendous. That was for the 9 standalone. There's now been a separate mental health review of officers and staff from the OFNPA-led police services. Both are horrendous. So does it make sense to have people working 4 or 5 years longer in conditions that are worse than mainstream policing, in a job that we know causes things like post-traumatic stress disorder? Why are we working longer? Our civilian staff, most did not even have an equitable pension or even a date to work towards a retirement. That changed, and it changed through negotiations, and I give credit to the Ontario government and Minister Kersner, who pushed for negotiations outside of that hearing, and we were able to come to a minutes of settlement. So that minutes of settlement will be coming into fruition on July 1st, and those pensions will be brought up so that our officers and our staff get to have the same equity that's been afforded mainstream policing, federal, provincial, and municipal, for well over 30 years. So that just shows the strength when we push forward and we have our voices heard. Something like that can change. We know this funding can change as well. So we are just asking for your continued support, and when that resolution, Chief Dubosky is going to be introducing that tomorrow. Please accept that resolution. We need to push it forward in order to make change. Miigwech, have a good afternoon.
Miigwech for that presentation. That's pretty astonishing to hear. So is there any questions on the floor that would like to address both chiefs, Chief Sky and Clean? Seeing none, I'd like to thank you very much for the presentation. The resolution will come forward tomorrow, okay? And then Linda can keep you up to date on that resolution. Okay? Miigwech, and thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'll call up Adam.
Miigwech, thank you very much, Sherry, for leading us through that discussion. So it is after 1 o'clock. We do have a very packed agenda. We're a little bit behind, so we'd like to move right along. Next will be the discussion on Bill 5. But before we do that, we are going to invite Ontario Regional Chief Abram Benedict to come up and address the Assembly. He may speak a little bit on Bill 5, but when we get into the actual discussion, the recommendation is that we may be dealing with strategy. Strategy in terms of how do we approach what's happening, what position do we take, and in dealing with the Ontario government. And of course, we don't get to sit in their strategy sessions in their back rooms while they're having those discussions. And by virtue of being live, they are in the room with us. So the recommendation is that we go in camera, not to prevent our community membership and communities to know what's going on, but of course, so that Ontario is not in the room. So there will be a motion required to have that discussion on Bill 5 once we get there. But before we do that, we're still public, we're still on live, so I'd like to introduce Ontario Regional Chief Benedict. Please give him a warm welcome.
Sego, Ani, bonjour, what's going on? It's a great pleasure to join in this afternoon. I want to say Miigwech for the invite, the opportunity, and acknowledge the prayer from the elder this morning, as well as a prayer for our meal, sacred items in the room, our youth and our chiefs. I texted Grand Council Chief, I said, I'm on my way, and I said I should be there just before noon. Typical Mohawk, showing up when the food is just about put out and ready to go. But that's why I'm a big Haudenosaunee that's supporting the 133 First Nations in this region. So miigwech for the opportunity and great lunch that we've had. I do want to say, you know, it's been about a year since I've been elected into the position of Ontario Regional Chief, and it's been a great honor. We have, in my office and through the Chiefs of Ontario, been working hard to fulfill the mandates that have been established by you, the Chiefs in Assembly, and through our processes. But also, you know, when I was elected, I talked a lot about my priorities or areas that were important to me. And it's about relationship building, you know, creating opportunities. There's a few files that, you know, we've really put trying to advance outside of the priorities that are set by the resolutions. We've spent some time touring around the communities, have not been to nearly all of the communities in our region, and definitely want to, over the next couple of years, put more communities in our itinerary, because it's important that not only as the work that I do as the Ontario Regional Chief, but also, you know, being on the ground is important. And those of you that know or may not know that, you know, I was a chief of the Mohawk community of Akwesasne for 9 years, a member of the council, and you know, coming to be the regional chief is a shift. It's moving at a higher level of policy advocacy, supporting your communities. But I do miss the day-to-day, the band council operations, the folks coming into the office, you know, the challenges that we face, that you face every day as a chief of your community, as elected representative, as a safeguarder of your rights, safeguard of your jurisdiction. But I know that in the work that I do as the Ontario Regional Chief, jurisdiction and sovereignty is extremely important to me. It's a pillar that I want to ensure that we're embracing in all the work that we do, not only in the Regional Chief's office, but as the office of the Chiefs of Ontario. Because the times that we are in now are very difficult times, and we see the challenges are great. The threats to our nation, to your nationhood, to our sovereignty is great. We've seen the acts of the governments, the disrespect that they continue to show towards you, the rights holders, the signatories to the treaties, people that have paid the ultimate price for this land that they claim to be Canada, but it's a First Peoples land. And so as we've advanced the work that we're doing in the Ontario Regional Chief's office and the work that I do as the regional chief, we want to continue to push support as you exercise your jurisdiction and sovereignty, build your nations. So over the next year, we'll be trying to develop more of a thinking of how does the Chiefs of Ontario support your nation building, support your exercise of jurisdiction. We know that with Bill 5 is a direct assault on your jurisdiction, your inherent sovereignty that you have over your lands, your territory, and your resources. So the other file that we've been working on is the rights assertion, which plays right into that. And the fraudulent groups that exist across Ontario and the rights that they're claiming, the non-existent rights that they have, the government and how they're responding. And so we're continuing to push back and acknowledge all the leadership in this room, you know, that we have been together pushing back on the Métis across our region. And it's something that not only the Métis are infringing upon your rights, but there's other rights, there's other group holders that think they have rights. And it's our job at the Chiefs of Ontario to make sure that we're educating the government's proponents of who the real rights holders are and why. There's one thing that's really clear to me is that as we talk about these bills and the processes, and the folks that we've met with, they don't understand what it is as community sovereignty. They don't understand what that jurisdiction is. They don't understand what it means to be a signatory to the treaties and the obligation of the Crown. And so we're going to continue to educate them on that. And in some cases, it may be more forceful than others. That's the role that you've entrusted to us in the Chiefs of Ontario office, the Office of the Regional Chief, to do. Over the last year, we've been dealing with the reform of the child welfare. And you've heard me talk about that, how important that is. That yes, again, and I know that the Chief of Police talked about a program. Safety to community is more important than a program. It's a right. Excuse me. And as we advance the reform of the child welfare, it's more than a program. As the agreement that we have in our region, the agreement that we have in our region is about the reform of a program, but it's also about building your nations and asserting your jurisdiction around your affairs, and then most importantly, around the children in your communities. And while we have an Ontario-specific agreement, we're going to continue to push that forward, get it ratified, but also ensure the Chiefs of Ontario is supporting building capacity around that. What does that mean? It's not just a program. We want nations to build their laws, empower that, so that when we go to government, we can defend that together, defend your jurisdiction and sovereignty. And so we're going to do that through the child welfare reform. It's not just a program. We're going to make it more than a program. It's not going to be just 10 years of funding. It's going to be years of opportunity to assert your jurisdiction. Excuse me, I got a bit of finding a bit of a cold or something. So this morning I was getting ready and fixing my hair that I have left and brushing it. And by the way, that's not just since being the regional chief. It's several years of community leadership. I'm losing my hair. At least it's not my mind at this point. But I'm brushing my hair, thinking, why the heck does the top of my head hurt? Well, it's from sunburn. Many of us were standing at the hill on Queen's Park yesterday in the sun for several hours, and Miigwech and Yamagoa for being out there with us, coming together to stand against the government, assert our jurisdiction, your jurisdiction, protect the most valuable resources so that our children can enjoy that. Many things that Ontarians and Canadians don't understand. And so the sunburn this morning is well worth it. The other area that we've been working through is some of the Jay Treaty work. Those of you who attended the assembly, the last Chiefs Assembly, we talked a bit about that. And so our office is helping support an organization called the Jay Treaty Border Alliance and helping the administration of that. Many of you in this room are part of that. And that's to amend legislation that hinders our people from crossing freely across the international line. There is also an economic element in that. And as we know, on the cusp of it, or going through a tariff war between Canada and the United States, it's no more important now than ever that we ensure that both governments recognize the inherent jurisdiction that you have as rights holders to cross that border. And so we're working with communities along the international line to bring forward amendments to legislation in Canada and in the United States that recognize the premise of the Jay Treaty. The Jay Treaty is not a treaty signed with our people. It's a treaty signed between Great Britain and the United States that recognizes that First Nations people were on either side of the border. But what it does is acknowledges the existence of our people, that we know we have been there long before they draw the international line there. And so as we advance forward together, we'll continue to push forward your priorities. Additions to reserve is another area that we continue to push forward. I know that every one of you in this room in your communities is challenged by that. So we're pushing heavily on Ontario and Canada to commit to an Ontario process around additions to reserve. Excuse me. Prior to both elections in Canada and in the United States, or Canada and in Ontario, we had a commitment from both governments to look at streamlining a process in Ontario. I know it's a very convoluted process. This has been affecting communities for a very long time. but are pushing hard to find a way forward for Ontario-specific communities that are going through additions to reserve. And so that 20 years to bring back land that was stolen from your communities in a stroke of a pen doesn't take 20 years anymore. We need to limit that down so you can build homes, so you can put businesses, expand your communities. Understanding that it's all in the construct of the Indian Act and the colonial systems that we have to work under. But this is a program I know is extremely important to each and every one of you, and we're pushing hard to make sure that we're finding a way forward with an Ontario approach. Finally, I want to pay special tribute to Grand Council Chief Dubosky for the hard work that she does supporting you and representing you, but also in supporting me as the Ontario Regional Chief and the role that she plays at our Leadership Council. Sometimes the work that we do is unfavorable. Sometimes it's difficult. But it's without us coming together as a Leadership Council, as your Grand Council Chief support, that we're able to get through. One of the things I learned a long time ago is that leadership is a lonely place. Leadership is a place that sometimes you feel alone. But I want to commend and acknowledge St. Miigwech Yamagoa to Grand Council Dubosky for always being there. Talk about some of the things that challenge us as leaders, but knowing that it comes from a good place of how we advance the work that we do, supporting each and every one of you, all of our nations, for our youth and our elders, as we continue to navigate the challenging world that we live in together. So with that, I want to say Miigwech Yamagoa for the opportunity. Please reach out anytime. Reach out to my office, call me directly, text me, because I want to hear your feedback. I want to help navigate some of the challenges you have. We'll do whatever we can, but also just to check in to see how we're doing. And don't be afraid to reach out when we do something wrong. Because as we work together, as we advance the fast-moving pace we're in, we will misstep. And it's without your support, without your guidance, that we can't do the work. I can't do this alone. And so Miigwech Yamagoa for your continued support, and to your Grand Council Chief and the support that she shows me in our Leadership Council. So, Yama.
Miigwech, thank you very much, Ontario Regional Chief, for that presentation. Also, some discussion on Bill 5. But what we will do now is we'll turn to the next agenda item, which is Bill 5. And again, the request is to go in camera for this discussion in light of the fact that we don't want Ontario in the room hearing our internal strategy session. Probably take a minute before we do that. Let us know. Okay, we're back on. So we'd like to welcome everyone back. Those joining online, welcome back to the Assembly. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Sherry for the next agenda item.
Okay, we'll move forward, and on the agenda, we are at the 1 o'clock, so we are really falling behind, but very good discussion. We are at the Wabsishishi Dotem, that's the Martin Clan, for economic development. If I could call up Darlene Solomon, Manager of Economic Development, and also if I could have the resolution put up on the screen for establishing a steering committee on energy, indigenous ministerial arrangements, regulations. Yeah, we'll start with the Indigenous Governing Body Steering Committee on Energy Development. Okay. 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 So Don, you're going to do that. You want the notes, right?
Good afternoon. Ninu Kasi Kwe, Dijna Kaz, Kiraganzi B and Dunjiba, Migazi Dodam, Darlene Solomon, Manager of Economic Development with the Anishinaabeg Nation, here with my colleague Don Lamb, Economic Policy Analyst, to co-present 3 resolutions and also the reaffirmed commitment on the CCOE committee. So right now, Don's going to start with the Steering Committee on Energy.
That might be my edit. I don't know which one you want to use, maybe this one. Nope, yep, that one right there.
Thank you. Miigwech, Don Lamb-Anishtikaz. In the past year, I think this is really timely because, particularly as we're talking about Bill 5, but in the past year, we've seen major changes in the energy sector, both federally and provincially. We've heard the push for energy corridors east and west in response to the tariffs. We know that there's bulk transmission line build-out happening in the province, crossing our territories, and we know that they are looking at new pipelines to bring both bitumen, sweet crude, and natural gas through our territories. Because of these different pressures and the pressures coming from Bill 5, which is looking at major projects, particularly in energy and mining, to fuel the energy revolution, we believe it's time to take a strategic and focused approach to energy to capitalize on some new opportunities for exerting jurisdiction that are emerging in the space. In 2023, the Chiefs and Assembly passed Resolution 2023-09, calling on the AN to develop a comprehensive Anishinaabeg energy strategy. The goal was to build technical and political capacity across our nation and to secure our place in the energy economy as both participants and exercising our responsibility as rights holders. Since then, the ECDEV department's been engaging on technical tables with the IESO, the Independent Electrical System Operator in Ontario, and beginning to build important relationships with energy regulators like the Ontario Energy Board, OEB, who regulates pipelines, in particular in the province, and the Ontario Power Generation, which is a standalone Crown corporation, 100% of which through shares are owned by the Ontario government. So we've been building those technical relationships. At the federal level, there is now a significant opportunity through something called the Indigenous Ministerial Arrangements Regulations, or IMARS, which we presented at all the regional chiefs meetings over the last couple of months to talk about what this opportunity is. These regulations would allow First Nations to co-create policy and even form Indigenous governing bodies to take on specific regulatory powers, as well as the capacity funding from the Canadian Energy Regulator for pipelines and transmission lines that cross our territory. Because the Canadian Energy Regulator Act embeds the principles of UNDRIP within that act, it directs the minister to work with First Nations to see if there's an appetite for taking over this jurisdiction over these energy assets. And meanwhile, Ontario is pushing ahead with legislation, Bill 5 and the Special Economic Zones Framework, that could bypass our consultation rights entirely, especially when it comes to energy and mining development on our lands. With these changes unfolding rapidly, we need stronger political coordination so our nation leads rather than reacts to these opportunities and challenges in the sector. And again, I hear myself echoing the conversation that was just had about Bill 5. So this resolution that is being presented calls for the creation of a Chief Steering Committee on Energy, whose purpose will be to provide political direction and leadership on energy matters with attention to the unique needs of each region. When I look at what's happening in Southwest and Southeast with pipelines and transmission lines, that's a totally different opportunity and challenge space than what's happening in Lake Huron and North Superior when it comes to opportunities in biomass and bioenergy. Each region and each nation has its unique space and benefits, and if we act independently, we're not strong as when we act collectively. So we're looking for this Chief's Steering Committee on Energy to provide political direction and leadership on energy matters with attention to those unique needs that I just spoke of, to steer the development of the Anishinaabeg Energy Strategy, building on the mandates enclosed in Resolution 2023-09, and to guide our engagement, particularly in this IMARS process, to ensure that those regulations that can be created by us reflect our jurisdiction and our priorities. And to begin the exploration of creating an Indigenous governing body, or bodies that should our leadership choose to do so, that could assume these regulatory authorities for certain projects within our territories, and the capacity funding that currently resolves or resides in the Canadian Energy Regulator, and start exerting that jurisdiction and taking ownership of those assets across our territories. The resolution also directs us to continue participating on the IMARS technical working tables, advocate for the funding capacity needs to continue meaningful engagement and making sure we're reaching out to the community and echoing your voices, and report back to you at the 2026 Grand Council Assembly. And the reason we think that this resolution is both timely and important is energy development touches every part of our communities, from how we power our homes and schools, to how we respond to emergencies, to how we protect our lands and waters. It's no longer just a technical issue about, is this the right kilowatt voltage to be transversing through? Will this enable a new subdivision or a new residential development to happen in our communities? We're past that point of dealing with these technical issues one-off. It's now a jurisdictional issue. It's about control, access, opportunity, and asserting our place in a fast-moving sector that's being redesigned in real time and outside of our influence. Through the steering committee that we're proposing, we're ensuring that leadership has a central role in shaping the future of energy policy across Anishinaabe Nation territory, and we're positioning ourselves to not just comment on what's happening, but to build the future ourselves. And that's why we believe this resolution is critically important. Miigwech.
Okay. If we can scroll up to the let it be acted upon. So we do have a mover and a seconder. We have Chief Tanner Simpson from Elderville First Nation, and seconder is Chief Joe Muskokwin. He's not in the room. Yeah, he just stepped out. So, okay, all right. We'll let them continue on. You have another. They have other discussion items, so we'll let them continue on, and then we'll bring the resolutions up at the end. Okay, so then we'll move on to the Indigenous Business Advisory Council.
Okay, for the Business Advisory Council, the Anishinaabeg Nation advocates for member First Nations on issues that impact all First Nation people. We're proposing the establishing of a BAC, a Business Advisory Council, one that would act in capacity of advisory, aligning recommendations from the 2008 blueprint that was passed at the Chiefs and Assembly in 2007. And we're implementing recommendations 7, 9, and 10. And this is in relation to improving conditions for First Nation businesses. Through the Chiefs Council on the Economy, this Business Advisory Council really will be set up with regional representatives comprised of retailers, business leaders, with those who have a stake in for-profit for First Nation businesses. It would also look at procurement, trade, resource development, also be look at a central buying entity, also emerging issues impacting business development in communities that require leadership advocacy. So our rationale is to see and foster collaboration between businesses and First Nations among businesses themselves. So this is why we're bringing forward the resolution to establish a Business Advisory Council.
Yep. Okay, he's also on the next. There's Joe there. I'll let you speak to the next one, and then we'll do all three resolutions in a row. How's that? I'll let her speak to the third item, which is a tourism and strategy, and then we'll deal with the three resolutions right after the presentation, okay? And Joe is back.
So the third resolution is the regional tourism strategy. In 2022, the Anishinaabeg Nation passed a tourism-related resolution that focused on developing a dedicated regional tourism strategy, supporting Ondeck Amnakaning's advocacy for Indigenous Tourism Ontario, ITO, and seeking federal and provincial funding to really build ITO's capacity. Currently, the Anishinaabeg Nation is awaiting funding to launch our phase 1 of a regional tourism strategy that would involve data collection on tourism assets, transportation infrastructure, environmental features, and accommodations and services. These activities will also shape phase 2 on the detailed implementation plan. We're working in strategic partnership with ITO. And currently, ITO's, they're putting forward a proposed regional strategy that covers 22 of our 39 member First Nations, and the remaining 17 will come under our regional tourism strategy. So our rationale for this resolution is to updating the 2022 resolution, and now signals momentum and sustained leadership support, ongoing collaboration that aligns with ITO aligns efforts and ensures efficient use of resources. So that's the resolution for tourism. Those are the three resolutions.
Yes. Okay, we're back to the first resolution, and that is the creation of the Chief Steering Committee on Energy and the IMARS opportunity. We have a mover and seconder. The mover is Chief Tanner Simpson from Alderville, and we have seconder Chief Joe Muskogwan from Chippewas of the Thame. Do you want to speak to the item?
So I'm very happy to move this resolution. I know in Alderville, we've been dealing with the energy sector and the issues pretty much since I've been in as chief. We've had negotiations with Hydro One Networks Incorporated. We've been working with the OPG as well as other energy proponents. And we want to make sure that, who's ever negotiating perhaps in the best way forward, that this is shared with all of the First Nations. And the creation of a steering committee is going to lead to that result. So I feel like if we can pool our efforts and pool our best practices and get this into a form of a strategy, then I think that, we're all going to be better off for it, because not every First Nation is going to have the capacity or even the know-how to effectively explore all these options. We know that in Alderville, we're looking at hiring a specialist just for energy. That's how important it is to our First Nation and the future for our own sovereign wealth, our own source revenue. So I know that Chief Joe and I, we've been speaking a lot about these issues, and he's got a lot of great ideas. So I'm going to leave the floor open for him now.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chairman. Here's an opportunity, this falls so much in line with just what we've been talking about, just the previous. This is an opportunity for us to be involved in a very serious way in the energy development within not only Ontario, but perhaps globally in a lot of ways, and setting up a supply chain for First Nations on how to become involved in that. And it's clear that one of the very primary things that is going to drive this development is going to be the infrastructure and the energy requirements in order to be in the mining business and be in that development sector. And so this is a way here of being involved with an IMARS that would give, give us a regulatory body in which we structure and put our own laws and our own regulations, just what we got done talking about, in place. Because the problem is, within the bureaucratic infrastructure that's in this country, we have very little influence. Let's be real about it. We have very little influence. If we can establish our own portal into that decision-making process, then we begin to take a seat at the table, not being the spectator in the back. So I'm very much in favor of this. I thank Chief Simpson for moving this. I think it's a very forward-looking resolution that can assist us in the future. It may not have immediate impact, but I'm certain it's going to have futuristic impacts. Miigwech.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll read the resolution. Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabeg Chiefs in Assembly, 1, direct the Anishinaabeg Nation to support the creation of a Chiefs Steering Committee on Energy that A, ensures political advocacy in the energy sector reflects the unique needs of each region. B, steers the development of the Anishinaabeg Nation energy strategy. C, shapes the Indigenous ministerial arrangements, regulations for the Canadian Energy Regulatory Act. And D, explores the creation of an Indigenous governing body to exert jurisdiction over energy infrastructure managed by Canadian energy regulator that cross Anishinaabeg Nation traditional territories. 2, direct the Anishinaabeg Nation to continue participation in the Indigenous ministerial arrangements, regulation tables, and to advocate for capacity and funding to do so. And 3, direct the Anishinaabeg Nation to report back to the Chiefs in Assembly at the 2026 Grand Council Assembly. Any questions? Janelle? Sorry. Olga.
First Nation. Just some questions that myself and former Chief of Aamjiwnaang and now our Deputy Grand Council Chief, just some questions of clarification. So I'm just going to pass it over to Chief Plain.
Miigwech, Chief. I feel odd coming up to this mic, but anyway, I did point out to my chief because obviously this is a very important issue, a very timely opportunity, as you indicated. But you also indicated that the Ontario Energy Board was the one that regulates. But our experiences with both, we have interprovincial pipelines that come from the west. Also, there's former ones that used to come from the east, bringing in the sweet crude and the bitumen from the west. So will this actually then be replacing the NEB? Because that's who are, okay. But you did say the OEB, so we do deal with both in our community, but the tumultuous relationship is with the National Energy Board. So I just wanted to make sure that my community was, aware, and because obviously they have, legal issues and such with multiple agreements, pipeline agreements in the community, transmission agreements as well. So I think it would probably be best if they go back and take some of this information back to make sure it suits them. But I'm not going to speak for our chief, but I just wanted to make sure that that point, because you did mention the OEB, but the issues that my community has faced in the past and likely, in the present and more likely in the future going forward with Bill 5, the predominantly the main issues have been with the National Energy Board and dealing with jurisdiction issues and outdated agreements where they just allow them to continue based on the critical infrastructure and the national security type of thing, and we're just left out to collect 33 cents a day from a pipeline that brings in 1,000 barrels a day, or 1,000 barrels an hour, right? So we get our 33 cents a day, but obviously the NEB has been much to blame for some of the issues that have stalled Aamjiwnaang's progress in the pipeline industry, and also including safety regulations. And I talked, earlier about Bill 5 and the fact that, the regulations that are in place now are a result of non-regulated development, and now we're going backwards. And so, we have pipelines in the community that are not at the regulation depth that they would require because they were built prior to regulations. Now they're just looking for exemptions to be able to, but, those are the types of things that we have to deal with in our community, lack of development because of all the pipelines that are there. But to deal with those pipelines when they're expired and such, have been very challenging, to say the least, for a community like Aamjiwnaang. And I thank the chief for allowing me to speak, because 19 years of that experience is still heavily weighed on me, and I left her in a position that I wasn't there to be able to share a lot of what my experience shared. But obviously I'm only ever a phone call away. But I'm thankful for the chance to be able to address that today for her and for the council members who are here, because it's really important issue for Aamjiwnaang. And I not that I want to deter away from the resolution, but just to make sure that it's something that might meet the needs of Aamjiwnaang, and I'm sure that they'll have consultants that they would probably go back and discuss this with as well. So thank you for clarifying that. Miigwech.
Miigwech, and I'd just like
Miigwech, Chief, for the time.
To affirm that the Canadian Energy Regulator has replaced the National Energy Board. So where your past experience with the National Energy Board, I still see your battle scars. This is an opportunity for us to create the regulations that govern the new National Energy Board, to create the regulations and decide where our nations want to exert jurisdiction, whether it's over the permitting process, the construction process, the right to stop to work, the allocation of contracts for completion of work, and the decommissioning of these energy assets. To clarify, the jurisdiction of the Canadian Energy Regulator, the old National Energy Board, is over pipelines and transmission lines that cross provincial and federal borders. The OEB likes to play a nice little slice the dice, split the hairs thing, where they say, oh yeah, well this is just a domestic little pipeline. It came off this interprovincial pipeline, but we're really just talking about this piece. And in reality, you can't disconnect the tail from the moose and say you're talking about a moose. So we want to have this jurisdiction, this power to do this. I do see that creating a chief's steering committee on energy, and particularly to focus on this IMARS opportunity as an immediate element to work on. Have you ever tried to open up a stuck garage door and you can't get the handle to work, the first thing you do is you put a shim under and you start to work it up a little bit. And once we get the door open and are exerting jurisdiction and build that capacity over energy assets, it builds the capacity, the experience, and the political, I don't know the Anishinaabe word for oomph, but the political power to shift the conversation to not just those energy assets, but all energy assets within our territories. Miigwech, I just want to clarify that.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, we have the mover, we have the seconder. I have read the resolution, and I'll move it to all in favor to the floor. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In light of the conversation that we had in our previous agenda item, I want to be able to demonstrate or show that the Anishinaabe Nation is sitting in a really unique and really important position, because where our lands are, when you look at the map, the territory, all the way over to the Ottawa River, southwest, north. We're in a position, especially in the southeast region, because we've got when you look at where the Canadian Parliament sits, it's sitting on Algonquin territory, on unceded land. Those are the decision makers over there that are messing around with the laws right now. And when you look at what the province of Ontario is doing, that's sitting on Mississauga land of the First Nations in the southeast region. And also, when you look at who is going to benefit from any of this business development, we're looking at Bay Street. And Bay Street is also sitting right here in the heart of our territory. And I believe that when we're looking at the energy issues and the opportunities behind this resolution, we have been talking, I've been observing in the last years that we're working in areas where policies have already been created, they're already into program stages, and we're being directed as the Anishinaabe Nation into a bit of program delivery, whereas this is an opportunity to look at our Anishinaabe laws, and be at the front end of development and the front end of creating these policies that are going to affect development in our territories, and they can be developed based on the principles of our Anishinaabe laws. And then I don't know if this is off point or not, but I just wanted to mention about the on the existing pipelines that are going through our territories, because they go through all the territories in the southeast as well. But when you look at the whether there's any influence that we have in terms of these pipelines that were built in the 1950s, perhaps we should be looking at what our brothers and sisters have been going through on the U.S. side, because when it came to Line 3, that was the new Line 3 that came through Minnesota. It started at the headlands of the Mississippi River and down into south of the Duluth area. And the First Nation, or the tribes there, were very, very active. And they, what they were in that developing that new pipeline, the Enbridge is the proponent. We're forced to go outside of the actual reserve boundaries. And when you look at what's happening with Line 5 in Wisconsin, they've got an old pipeline that's going through the reservation there, and they have been very, very clear with the permitting agencies in the U.S. that they have to take that line, that old leaky line out. And they also have to, in building, they oppose building a new line, but the new line is going to go in, but it's going to go around the reserve boundaries. So I believe it would be, might be beneficial to touch base with some of those tribes in the US too, to see what their strategy was and how they were able to force Enbridge, which is our Canadian company, to bend to what their demands were. So I just share that for, might be helpful. Miigwech.
Okay, so we have the mover and seconder. I read the resolution. I'm going to bring it to the floor now for a vote. So all in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion is carried. Oh, one. Would you like that noted? Okay, you want to state your name for the record? Okay, miigwech. Okay, we'll move on to establishing, we'll bring that resolution up on the screen, establishing an Anishinaabe Nation Business Advisory Council. The mover is Chief Joe Muskogman from Chippewas of the Thames, and the seconder is Chief Roger Thomas from Munsee Delaware Nation. So let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, supporting the development of a business advisory council within the Anishinaabe Nation building framework. 2, direct that the Anishinaabe Nation finalize a term of reference within 1 month that aligns with the existing advisory councils and defines the vision and mission of and the stakeholders' roles and responsibilities within the business advisory council. 3, direct that the Anishinaabe Nation begin reciting business leaders through the Chiefs Council on the economic and direct outreach from each of the 4 strategic regions. 4, direct the Anishinaabe Nation report back to the Chiefs at the 2025 Fall Assembly and each assembly thereafter on the progress of the Business Advisory Council. Did the mover and seconder have any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Chief Joe Muskogman. This resolution came about after engagement with the business communities within our First Nations and their expression of being able to have an input into the development of business opportunities that may be coming down the road, and the type of things that we're dealing with at the political level and at within our communities. So it's really one of more engagement of our own people and becoming, for them to have a voice, for them to have a place within the engagement session that we go through. So I think that as we promote and try to develop businesses and partnerships and things of that nature, I think it's important that we hear their voice. Miigwech.
Did the seconder have any comments?
I'm good with the resolution.
Okay. Okay, I'll bring it to a vote. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, that's carried. The third resolution. Is there any online? No. Okay. The third resolution was handed out. So the Anishinaabe Nation Regional Tourism Strategy, is that up on the board? We can bring that resolution up on the board. It is moved by Chief Patsy Cobrier, and the seconder is also Chief Roger Thomas. And I know Patsy's online on Zoom, so I'll reach out to her if she has any comments after I read the resolution. So let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, direct that the Anishinaabe Nation advocate on behalf of its members, First Nations, by pursuing federal and provincial funding to build the capacity needed to support the regional tourism strategy. 2, direct that the Anishinaabe Nation collaborate with Indigenous Tourism Ontario to develop a regional-based tourism strategy that identifies and promotes the direct and indirect economic activities of First Nation entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized entrepreneurs. 3, direct that the Anishinaabe Nation convene a joint meeting with the relevant federal and provincial ministers and agencies, the Chiefs Council on the Economic, the CCOE, and the ITO to discuss key issues, explore opportunities, identify advocacy avenues that promote sustainable economic growth and advance reconciliation efforts within the Anishinaabe Nation and Ontario. And 4, direct that the Anishinaabe Nation provide a formal progress report on the regional tourism strategy to the Chiefs and Assembly at the 2026 Grand Council Assembly. Does the movers have any comments? How do I bring? Does she got a hand up or anything? Seeing no comments, we'll bring it to a vote. All in favor? Yep, Roger Thomas. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for your, you have one more. Oh, yes, right, you do, sorry. So the last one is the potential for Chiefs Committee on Capitalization, and that's with Chief Joe Muskokwin and also with you? Or it's with myself? Okay. And I'll turn the floor over to Darlene again. Thank you. Thank you.
Miigwech. So right now we're looking, I just want to take a few minutes to speak to the importance of the Chiefs Council on Economy, or CCOE. And we're asking for members to recommit to this important body. We work closely with CCOE members through our Economic Development Department. This was established, created through Resolution 2006-20, and this is recognizing that economic development is not just about money, it's about addressing the social, housing, health, and education needs of communities. It's also a core part of nation building and the reclaiming our place in the economy on our own terms. Right now, our department, as I stated, works closely with our CCOE members. We do meet quarterly. We last met May 22nd in Sudbury. And since COVID-19, we've struggled with consistent participation. Many of the meetings were held, but we didn't achieve quorum, and it really had an impact. So in the absence of formal guidance, we leaned more on funding agreements and technical mandates. This really created a gap between where we wanted to go politically and what we wanted to act on from a technical perspective. So this is why today I'm asking for a recommitment to CCOE for a term to the 2027 Grand Council Assembly. We currently have 2 vacancies, mainly in the Northern Superior and Southwest regions. And to make it official, if there is interest, we ask that a letter of interest be submitted to our chair, Deputy Grand Council Chief Chris Plain, for volunteering or designating a member of council for the CCOE. Miigwech.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I'll move on to the Chiefs, or the potential for Chiefs Committee on Capitalization. Oh, Joe Muskokwin's gone again. Okay. He's here? Oh, sorry. It's okay. Potential for Chiefs Committee on Capitalization. You wanted to speak on regards to this, Regional Chief Joe Muskokwin and Todd Lewis, Director of Policy. We're going to have to put a timeline on this because we do have online that's coming on at 3:30 and it's 20 after. I know it's 3:18 now.
Okay, so the Coles notes is that, you know, the idea of First Nation Financial Authority who now provides the cheapest amount of loan money there is to First Nations. The problem is with that is that you have to commit your OFNLP money. You have to commit your own source revenue. You have to commit a lot of things. Commercial banking has a higher rate, but they don't necessarily require your commitments. But you're limited. Each of us is limited to what our balance sheet can stand. And everything that we do is mirrored against our balance sheet. And so that's the limitation factor, because we can't leverage our own assets within our community. We were talking about, in the previous conversation, we're talking about their rules. We have to play within their rules. Well, their rules discount all of our assets within our community. We can't leverage any money based on our asset base. What we need to find is a different way of creating an asset base. And in order to do that, we need to create capitalization. We just heard from the Sovereign Wealth Fund that there's $750 million in the Sovereign Wealth Fund. How much is that is ours? And has anyone here been able to leverage any of that? Because I haven't. It still sits in that Sovereign Wealth Fund account. So, if we're going to create our own capital base, we have to create something like a sovereign wealth fund amongst ourselves that we control, that we set the rules for, that we begin the capitalization that recognizes the asset base of every First Nation. And if the business plan can follow that the borrowing power, the lending power of the sovereign pool, which may include bonds, and there are opportunities to create green energy bonds that can be sold on the international market. Who does that? First Nation Finance Authority. Last November, they took $376 million worth of bonds to market, and it never got to the street. It was sold before it got to the street. That's how they capitalize their fund. And from that, we borrow on their fund. We just did it from Chippewa. We borrowed against that fund based on a transmission line. We're going to have things, my point, chiefs, my friends, we're going to have things that are going to develop in our territory, and we don't have an equity stake in them. If we want to take that back, we have to change the way capitalization is being viewed. That means creating our own. And if the governments are serious about reconciliation, where Ontario, they just tripled the loan availability to $10 billion. It's the same at the federal government. I forget how many billions of dollars. Why don't we just ask for it and say, give us that money so that we can capitalize it ourselves, and we'll contract First Nation Finance Authority to create an Anishinaabe bond that can be sold on the street. And if you can do that, you're going to create 5 times. Think of it. If we got $2 billion, that would translate into a $10 billion capitalization. That's where we have influence on business. That's what they understand. They understand money. And we need to start to understand money and how to make money. Miigwech.
Miigwech for that. Okay, so we'll move on. I'll pass the mic over to Adam. Sorry.
Miigwech, thank you very much. We're just juggling the agenda. And the next agenda item was going to be the Achijak Dudem dealing with governance. Of course, Deben Daguzajik, Achnabe Moon, Enigan Wedud, and Nak Nagan. But what we will do is, because Dr. Dirk Heyer is standing by, he's been standing by, we're very grateful to have him join virtually, and we know he's very busy, but very important topic that he'll be presenting. So we'd like to go to him first, and then we will come back to the governance topics. So with that, there was a request to go in camera for this session. The main reason of going in camera is we're dealing with some very sensitive issues, potentially triggering discussions. In the room, we have supports. We do have supports that are present in the room if anyone needs that support. Online, we also have a mechanism of providing support for those joining virtually. On the live feed, we can't guarantee that we have those supports. If anybody's watching at home on their own, we want to be sure that we do this properly and we do this fairly. So the best way to do that is turn off the live feed and have the discussion here and have a So can I have a motion to come out of in camera? Motion? Miigwech? Okay, mover and seconder. Any opposition? No? Okay, so we will now come out of in camera and engaged. If you can let me know we're back on. Okay, so we'd like to welcome everyone back. Everyone that is watching online, welcome back to the Assembly, the Grand Council Assembly. We just completed an in-camera session, and we will continue with our agenda. So we're going back to the 2:30 agenda item, and I am mindful of the time. We wanted to wrap up by 4:15. We do have a little bit of flexibility, but we do have another important as part of the agenda, another important activity from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock this evening. So we want to sort of go as quickly as we can. Also aware that there is a team working in the back room somewhere preparing a statement that if we have time before 5 o'clock, we will have them come back and present the statement based on earlier discussions today. So with that, this is the Ajajak Dodem, the governance theme, and I'm going to turn it over to Regional Chief Marcia Smoke to introduce the team and introduce the discussion, and then we will have a resolution on the declaration on Edben Dagozajik. So with that, Regional Chief.
Miigwech, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to be addressing that item on governance for the Anishinaabeg Nation Declaration on Edben Dagozajig. I have with me here Governance Commissioner Patrick Madabi and our Citizenship Commissioner Jeanette Corbière-Lavelle. I've known her my whole life. Okay, sorry, Jeanette. It is a long day. So I kind of cheated on my presentation. I wasn't sure how much time we would have this afternoon, so when I did my opening this morning, I gave some information background on some of the things that are happening on citizenship. So at this time, I just want to say that the process has been ongoing since 2018. And the federal government wants to remove membership from the Indian Act and create this work as satisfying the direction under the UNDRIP Act and the UNDRIP Action Plan, and in collaboration with First Nations. Once this work is concluded, it will be permanent, so we have to get it right. And I just want to note that when they're talking about UNDRIP Act, this is not, we still have the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So this is, we have provisions in that declaration that we've been able to demonstrate that deals with citizenship. So in any event, if there is no change to Canada's Indian Act, the second generation cutoff, the criteria of determining who belongs to our communities, the colonial intent will be achieved. Basically, in some communities in our lifetime, and just to say it bluntly, if we don't change the second generation cutoff now, it's going to be forever there, and we're going to lose our people to be able to bring them back into our members as members of our communities. So Canada will assess Indigenous solutions and create legislation for further consultation. Our solution is our authority and inherent right to decide who our citizens are, as stated in the Anishinaabeg Nation Declaration on Edben Dagozajig. The Anishinaabeg Nation Edben Dagozajig Naknegawan position is the one-parent rule in determining who belongs. Our laws must be inclusive, not exclusive, and we must not leave anyone behind. Now, Patrick Madabi, I'd like him to begin, and then we have some materials, but before we start that, we have some materials which you may have picked up on the Mocknagon table out there. It is actually a printed copy of the declaration on Edibindogzijig, and it's got basically the information inside, which as well. There's also information in the briefing kit. There's the declaration itself. There's the draft resolution in there. There's information on the collaborative process, and also with regards to the second generation cutoff, and also with regards to the Section 10 voting thresholds. So a lot of information is available there for you to read. And so I want to just get through this. I've taken up more time than I already committed myself to. So I want to turn this over to Patrick for now. Thanks.
Since Marcia used most of my time, I'll keep this very brief. Just kidding. You know, we have to take a very proactive step here to prevent our extinction. There's no other way of sugarcoating what's going on here with the federal government's latest initiative with their two-parent rule, which just delays the elimination of our people by one generation. So what we did at a very important challenge back in the early 80s when they were repatriating the Constitution to Canada, again without our input or our say, we as the Anishinaabe leadership here took a very proactive, bold step by making a very strong political statement. And a lot of you will remember that we are nations, we've always been nations, the declaration of our nationhood. So we're at another juncture again where we have a real challenge ahead of us. And we thought this is the appropriate time to make another strong declaration, a strong statement to the government to stay the hell out of the business of trying to determine who our people are. So that's why this declaration we're presenting here this afternoon is so important. You know, it's to lay the groundwork for work that's going to happen in our communities when we develop citizenship laws in each of our communities. There's no urgency that we have to do this overnight. We can take the time that's needed to develop, our citizenship laws. But it's important that we preempt this government's consultation, so-called consultation that they're doing on this two-parent rule by telling the government in no uncertain terms that we are laying out a strong political statement, a declaration on the Bindogzijig. So I'll turn it over to our most important presenter here, Dr. Jeanette Coibier-Laval.
Her name is Jeanette. I remember that now.
Ani, bonjour, katan mikun binim kinabaya. Due to our time allotment, I'm going to make this brief as well. It's even briefer than Patrick's. Okay, I've spoken to about the work on citizenship in years past, but as Patrick pointed out, it's really crucial right now. So just to share with you a little bit more about how this has come about. So my journey started in 1970 to advocate for my right to belong to my community, which is Wiikwemkoong unceded territory. The Indian Act determined that I no longer belonged after my marriage, but I never gave up and I never will. Every child who is born has the right to belong to our families, to our communities, and to our nation. I had that taken away from me. I would not wish that feeling of hurt on anyone. Today, I am very proud and honored to be your Eniganuedot Edibindogzijig. In fulfilling the work of the Jijak Dodem. On my part, this will continue to be a journey of heart and determination that I commit to for the love of our people and our nation. As Grand Council directed many years ago, I had the great honor to travel to Anishinaabe Nation communities and sit and listen to many courageous conversations on citizenship. And this is with my colleagues who was there then and is still here, Mary Laurent, who's been a great help in this work. Those views that we heard are reflected in our Edwendagsichik Naknigewan, adopted in 2009. In the most recent cycle of engagement sessions, again, many stories were shared, and this input has shaped our Anishinaabe Nation Declaration on Edwendagsichik, which you see before you today. I encourage Grand Council, all of you, to stand behind the community voices that contributed to our Edwendagsichik work over these many years, culminating in this declaration. Today, we can further solidify our position that our Edwendagsichik Naknigewan 2009, based on the one-parent rule, is our solution to the second generation cutoff. Chimigwech to many Anishinaabe who over many years participated and contributed to the work on citizenship, and this is our Edwendagsichik Naknigewan. There is still a lot of work to do, and in unity, we will share this journey together because it matters. So, miigwech for this honor. And I would also like to read to you the declaration in Anishinaabe that you see before you. And this is in keeping with our Getsit Elder Richard, who is stressing that we must continue and always seek to speak Anishinaabe, use our language as much as we can. So the Anishinaabe Nation Declaration on Edwendagsichik. Bejik. De benjiget ki san Anishinaabe a king, kibit gon god and again in the words the win. Nish, de benjiget ki minagona, de benue, we nagdwen to win. Swear. De benjiget ki minagona, Edwendagsichik. We nagdwen what we namadzawat. Niven. De benjiget ki minagona, kshki evzawin, we mkwend man, we mkwend gitwa, Edwendagsichik. 5. Nanan. De benue ki ken mananik Edwendagsichik. 6. Kinako mam damen shkak mikwe nibe noden shkude minwa kina bemadzimgak minwa ejinwendasien. Kam shkugabutuna ka min goazien we nog the wind is wing. We mnadend mangit shkak mikwe mino the Edwendagsichik kido mam ka kidwam ka kidwat Anishinaabe Naknigewan karshibiga degba nijing na swak jangswe. So you have it in English as well. But also to share with you in this little pamphlet that is available outside at Naknigewan. It's this pamphlet here. And on the back, you will find an addendum. This is written in English, but it includes those extra principles and values that we honor within our Anishinaabe teaching. So that's on the back page, and to keep going with our time allotment here, please take the opportunity to read that. It is available, and it also includes sections from the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So that is there, it's available. I would like to ask you to read it. It gives you a good idea of what the work of our people who worked on Itbendowsijik have been doing in this last little while. And on the inside page of that pamphlet I was telling you, there's one particular section on the third page, and it says the one-parent rule, which is our solution to the second generation cutoff. Now, we worked on this one-parent rule many years ago, and it was agreed, it has been passed, but there's just one particular section that I would like to read to you today. So it is important that we stand united on the foundation of the inherent right to decide who belongs to our families and to our communities. So the purpose of the Anishinaabe Nation Declaration on Itbendowsijik that you see before you, it is not our law. It's the preamble, the basis of our Anishinaabe law on citizenship. And just listening to the discussions this morning and the rally today, I feel it is urgent, it is important, and listening to the advice of our leadership and to our elder, we must take action now and not wait, as was pointed out, for the next 7 generations. It is going to be up to us. If we don't do anything with our people, then what is going to be left with the land that we need to be Anishinaabe and our language and all those values that we have been taught? It is extremely important. And listening to some of those bills that are getting passed by outside governments, especially this Bill 5, I urge you all, please take a good look and let's get a good understanding of what is important and what we must do to maintain our sovereign rights and our inherent right to determine who our people are.
Chimigwech, Jeanette and Pat. I just want to say that with the work that has been done through the governance department and with the staff on citizenship, this is just, it's still the beginning, because there's more work to be done. Once this is the resolution that was passed by the assembly, previous assemblies, was to direct the Anishinaabe Nation to create those tools that can be used in communities so that they can guide the work that needs to be done. As we've mentioned on our virtual sessions and in our regional chiefs meetings, it's not the Anishinaabe Nation that will be doing these works doing the work to create those laws in your communities. That's the work that must be done locally, although we're there to support you if you need any assistance. And also we have been working with Leslie McGregor from Muknagon. She'll be presenting later on her work to provide that support to us as well. So a lot of the work is in progress. There's, the staff have been an incredible resource, and I really appreciate Mary Laronde for her work in getting us this far. And just know that it's still a long path. The government will try to rush us along but I really believe that the Anishinaabeg Nation is at the beginning of doing this work that other First Nations across the country probably have not even started yet. So I would like to thank everyone that's been a part of this, and with the support of our Grand Chief and our Deputy Grand Chief as well, and the political staff as well that's worked with the governance department to put all this and bring it all together. So I'm going to pass this back over to our chairman. We do have a resolution that we would like you to consider, and thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
So I lost. Oh, there we are. Miigwech, thank you for the presentation. So I'm just checking my monitor here. I lost it for a bit, but it's back. So we do have the resolution. If I can have the team put up the resolution on the screen, please. So it's the, I don't have the resolution number, but it's titled Approval of the Anishinaabeg Nation Declaration on Edbendaaguzijik. So we do have that resolution up. It's also in your packages. And the mover of the resolution is Chief Keith Knott, who is present. Seconder is Chief Irene Kells, who is also present. So I will read the resolution and then open it up for discussion. So again, mindful of the time, I'll try and do this quickly and then get the resolution, go to question, and see if we can make a decision on the resolution. So it reads, Manu da Kanumaged, number 1, let it be said, the Creator gave the Anishinaabe people self-determination, the sovereignty to govern themselves, and the right to determine their own citizens. 2, the determination of citizenship is foundational to the identity of the Anishinaabe. 3, Resolution number 2007-03 directed the procurement of resourcing to develop a draft citizenship law to be used by member First Nations to exercise their right to determine their own citizens. Resolution number 2009-05 accepted the final report of the Anishinaabeg Nation Citizenship Commissioner and draft Anishinaabeg Nation Edbendaaguzijik Nakunagewin. Number 5, Resolution 2009-21 accepted the Edbendaaguzijik Nakunagewin Implementation Plan and directed the further procurement of resourcing to support the implementation plan. Number 6, Resolution number 2010-04 accepted the Commissioner's recommendation to complete a cost-benefit study and engage in a community awareness strategy. Number 7, Resolution 2023-10 directed the expansion of provisions of the Edbendaaguzijik Nakunagewin to become more inclusive and direct the procurement of resourcing for the Citizenship Commissioner to engage with Anishinaabe First Nations. 8, the Anishinaabe Nation rejects the imposition of authority of foreign government over our right to determine our own citizens through administrative measures designed to advance the assimilation of First Nations in Canada, such as the Indian registration policy. And 9, on January 29th, 2025, Anishinaabe Nation chiefs, elders, and citizens gathered to develop the Anishinaabe Nation Declaration on Edbendaaguzijik to clearly state their position and assert their right to develop laws that determine their own citizenship. So that's the resolution on the floor. The mover is here, seconder is here. It's not required, but if you wish to speak to the resolution, you have that opportunity. Mover, Chief Knott, is, looks like, making his way up to the microphone. So, microphone on the floor, please.
It is such a great honor and pleasure to be here today with such an important document to be adopted. this here Anishinaabe Nation Declaration of Advent. What a great word, Advent. It doesn't say citizen, Advent. We belong. Some people claim I have been around since time immemorial. And then you heard that this morning. I was around in 1980 for the first declaration. I was around in 2009 when Grand Council approved the Advent Organization of the area. And again, in 2023, when my community hosted the Grand Council, where we passed Resolution 2023-10 to undertake further work for Advent. So here we are. Here we are. I proudly stand before you to move the Anishinaabe Nation Declaration of Advent Resolution. It may be considered my legacy piece, but I likely will not return as Gimwa at any time soon. I encourage you to support this meaningful and necessary resolution so that we can get moving on the work ahead, especially for our children. And you know what? It'd be a really good legacy and a wonderful birthday present if you pass this resolution. I'll be good.
Miigwech, seconder, Nugumakwe, Kels.
Gaiwaya dagis ketosin, das ketosin saga. Khan gego vision kanat. Magab khan gego washed ben dogs. Keen we ki ken mana maba. Quit of madsina. Up to skoni gisat kamik, ezwebak. Wish ke tot maba, chigema. We should get manda. Mishkanini, manja engini, equinizing the kit mandani resolution. I second this resolution in the spirit of unity. Abadek, mom wek kenau janani wing, but the batchmega asat. We must welcome all our relatives lost. And we all see that, we've all heard that. How many relatives have been lost because of their identity? There's still today. And I know some that they have no identity. They know who they are, they know where they came from. We know who they are, and we also know their grandparents, and they're still not recognized as Anishinaabe. Anishgona Optigas Repkiba. This brings so much, there's so much there we've lost, and they're lost. You know, these people that are, that have no identity, that they have to be given a number to say who they are. Shibasing with the collective support with Boknagon, are intent on creating and implementing our citizenship law. We have experienced significant challenges due to the historic relocation of our community, where our people are scattered to the winds. Kaish manadash websano. Kai we call manadash websano. I encourage all new chiefs to support the Anishinaabe Nation Declaration, Manda. Minojia Kenasugoya at Bendogre. Kin me mampigdot Bendogseme. Mish mi weche kinya mi weche.
Oh, Miigwech. So we have the mover and the seconder have spoken to the resolution. Is there any more comments or discussion? I'm looking online, nothing in the room. So I will, oh, we do have a chief approaching the microphone. Tebendaguzajig. Tebendaguzajig, very powerful word. Belonging, but it's more about nationhood.
Chief Karen Bell, Garden River First Nation. I am supportive of this resolution. Garden River is one of these communities that have their own citizenship law currently. Very antiquated, outdated, passed in 1985, I believe. And currently, Garden River has a human rights complaint lodged against them involving the citizenship. So certainly I am looking forward to having the Anishinaabeg Nation help develop some of these, implementing and developing some of these laws. The only question I have is, I hope that while they're doing this developmentation, because Garden River's had to hire their own legal, or a legal firm to review, and we've actually have a moratorium on our membership right now because of this convoluted disadvantage that we're putting our people to, because we have members and we have associates, and it's very detrimental to our membership citizenship registry list. So with that, I'm just saying that I hope when if this gets passed, that you know, they take into consideration that discussions have to take place with my community because we have that current citizenship law. Miigwech.
Miigwech. So we will make sure that that point is noted for the record and recorded, that once passed, that there is a requirement to have that contact and that communication. So miigwech. I see no further discussion or questions, so I'm going to ask for question. Any opposition to the resolution? Any opposition? Nothing online, nothing in the room. Abstentions? Nothing online, nothing in the room. All in favor, raise your hand, please. Miigwech. Thank you. So resolution is carried by consensus. A big happy birthday to Chief Keith Knott, celebrating today his 89th birthday. So I cannot sing. Okay, there we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Chief. Happy birthday to you.
Okay.
On behalf of all of us who worked on the citizenship law, we thank you very much, Miigwech. And this really brings home that all those people that have not been able to be registered will no longer leave anyone behind. Miigwech.
So the team, Grand Council Chief Debasage is back with her team. You mandated her to go back to the back rooms and prepare a statement. So what we're going to do is we actually have 2 more presentations. We'd like to do them fairly quickly if we can. I know I apologize, but we'll have to do it quickly and then go to the declaration. For the declaration, we'd like to go in camera just to have you listen first and then come out and then make it public. So we're going to go fairly quickly. Barbara Nolan, Shnabemon Enigan Nodot. So Barbara, followed by Leslie McGregor.
Ani Bojo Knuia, Wachiampi Indigo, Ali Darnay, Indigenous Cause. Unfortunately, Barbara Nolan has had to leave, and so she's asked me to come up here and do this presentation on her behalf. She's teaching fluent speakers how to do the work that she does in immersion settings, and so she had to leave a little bit early. You do have a briefing note in the kit that gives you an update on Anishinaabe and the work of the Anishinaabe in Inigonwadod. As I mentioned, I'm Ali Darnay, Gitigan Zibi in Debendagos, Anishinaabe Inigan Zikadang, Anishinaabe Nation in Donjanaki. So I'm the Anishinaabe manager, and I work very closely with Barbara Nolan as well as the Ankit Majikwi Abzi Tong Anishinaabe Committee, the ones who guide and direct the work of language revitalization at the Anishinaabe Nation. Next slide, please. It's me. I get to do it. I have a clicker even. Oh, fancy. I'm fancy. All right. So Barb wanted to share this this message with everybody. So abrek go gui jabui to nan gdenenway nan gishpin we jabi to ying and awing. And she thought that this is a really I guess timely message and reminder after all of the things that we've discussed today and really wanting to apply our ways and our laws and our approaches to the work that we are doing as a nation, that we also need to be mindful that we need to save our language if we are to save who we are. And so we are very grateful and thankful for the efforts and the initiatives that are underway across our communities to reclaim, preserve, and revitalize Anishinaabe. And we encourage you to read the briefing notes so you can learn more about the matters that are underway, the challenges that we're facing, but also some of the opportunities that are happening in the coming months. So we put a little slide here together of language learning sessions that are taking place over the summer. So Kanjigewanteg will have a 3-day event. It's actually June 12th to the 14th. They updated their dates. They'll be working with Inatugons Learning. This is a company that does language reclamation, revitalization sessions, learning, and immersion. The Wikwemekong Anishinaabe department will be partnering with Anishinaabe Teg and offering another Anishinaabe immersion camp around the annual powwow, the cultural gathering there in Wikwemekong. There's also Ozawamek Gitiganing that is located also in Wikwemekong, and that's a home that has immersion activities happening multiple days of the week. So you can find all this information on Facebook generally. Also a shout out to Isidore Toulouse, who's busy translating there for us in the back corner. Not that we wanted to put him in the corner, but we appreciate all of the work that he's doing for Anishinaabe and for sharing language. He also happens to be part of the Grand Traverse Band Family Language Camp. He's part of their language department, and so they're having a family immersion taking place July 10th, 11th, and 12th. So keep your eye out on those language learning opportunities, and let's all do this work together to save our language and to save who we are and to carry on the good work. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Now we'll turn it over to Leslie McGregor, Chief Executive Officer of Maknagan, to provide an update.
Ani Kinuea, Leslie McGregor, Dijinakaz, Wawaskiniga Donjiba, Name Minwa Makwadodam. So I'm here to talk about Makanagan, and first of all, there's most of my team is here. We have a table back there if you want more information about what we do and what we represent. There's certainly, they can talk to you all about all that good stuff that we're doing. I have been working with Dr. Laval and Corbier and crew about the Edibin-Dodgikig, and I say that much better in my head than I do. My tongue has trouble translating what my mind is saying, and I hope that doesn't speak about how I think about myself either. I wanted to mention that Monkanagun really focuses on 4 areas. So Monkanagun emerged from the Anishinaabe Nation Governance Agreement, and our job is to support the communities who signed on to the agreement in the development of 4 laws. So the 4 laws are the Edibin-Dodgikig, language and culture, management and operations, and leadership selection. And we've been supporting the communities who signed on, and I do want to congratulate Shishigwaning and Ondakom Nikoning, because they're official parties on April 1st, 2025. And Whitefish River, who just signed, Whitefish River, who just passed a vote, and if everything goes as planned and we move as quickly as we can, their adhesion date will be April 1st, 2026. We've also, congratulations. We've also engaged with another community, and I don't have their permission to talk about them, so I'll just say they're going to start their First Nations approval process with their community, and we're hopeful that that will go smoothly. And then we're engaging with another community who's ready to get on. They're just dealing with some internal matters, so we're really excited and really getting ready to support these communities as they progress. The reason I was working with Pat and Marcia and Jeanette was talking about citizenship and those communities that are part of the Anishinaabe Nation Governance Agreement that we're supporting right now. Some of them are working on their citizenship law. So the policy analysts that work for Monkanagun under the guidance of our governance development director, Dwayne Nashqua, they're the ones who are out there in the communities supporting them through the development of these laws. And I know some of them are looking at the one-parent rule. So this was important for them as we progress and look at how this is actually going to manifest itself in these laws and help the communities as they work through their laws. I think there's something else I'm supposed to talk about, but I can't remember right now because I'm all nervous. But anyway, the staff are there. There is a briefing note in your kits on our update of our progress. We are continuing to grow, and we're continuing to support the First Nations. Miigwech.
So miigwech, Leslie, for the presentation and the 2 presentations. So there is no resolution required for those. So I'm going to turn it over to Sherry for the next agenda item. We do have to go in camera. It's a follow-up from our previous discussion. I just want to advise, well, Sherry will explain this, but for those watching online, we do have a very important statement that will be issued. So we are going to go in camera just for a very brief time. Sherry will do the formalities of
Back online to the Zoom. And then Grand Chief can make the final statement. Okay. Oops. Okay. We've came up with, this is to the Zoom online. It's just FYI that we've come out in camera, and Grand Council Chief Linda Dubowski will read our statement for Bill 5. As we wait for the statement to arrive on the screen or on paper form, we are now out of camera and we do have viewers online. So prior to reading the statement, I just want to share publicly that the statement that we are about to read publicly has been approved by the chiefs in assembly without any opposition. So a unanimous decision by our chiefs in assembly to issue this statement. So I'll read it now. The Anishinaabeg Nation demands the immediate withdrawal of Bill 5. The Anishinaabeg Nation looks to work with this provincial government, even as we oppose Bill 5, to resolve the long-standing constitutional issues in a timely manner with the Crown. The Anishinaabeg Nation is seeking to advance our relationship with the Government of Ontario so we can move forward together, which will focus on mutually beneficial successes to ensure the economic prosperity for all of our Anishinaabeg citizens throughout the province of Ontario. The obligations of the Crown to First Nations are grounded in Canada's Indigenous Constitution. Autonomous Indigenous lawmaking authority was a precondition to instruments such as the Royal Proclamation, the Treaty of Niagara, and any other pre- and post-Confederation treaty agreements. So it must also be a precondition to any passing of Bill 5. The honor of the Crown requires that the government honor First Nations as autonomous lawmaking authorities who have never ceded our control over our resources. The federal government has offended the spirit and intent of UNDRIP. The province has breached the honor of the Crown and won't engage with First Nations before passing legislation. Municipalities are now fully imbued with strong mayor powers, and the private sector continues to legitimize paper joint ventures in its procurement. This is a concerted plan to keep First Nations on the periphery, threatening our ability for even a fraction of resource revenue opportunity, should that be desired. Industry will only suffer because of what amounts to anti-democratic provincial policy. We expect the provincial government to be clear in whether they are willing to honor First Nations decision-making into the Bill 5 process. We demand to know, will Ontario amend Bill 5? To the resource development, investment, and business community, we say this: Bill 5 undermines the principles of lawful consultation, environmental due process, inherent rights, Aboriginal title, and Aboriginal treaty protected rights, all of which are foundational to a stable and predictable investment environment. While it may promise short-term regulatory shortcuts, it will almost certainly result in long-term delays, legal battles, and reputational damage for companies involved. Applause now.
Maybe we can just make the changes, but it says while it may, we should say while this bill.
Yeah.
All right, so a resolution will be also put forward tomorrow and it will be shared in the assembly from our resulting from our conversation earlier. So we will be presenting that to the chiefs tomorrow. So miigwech for your direction, miigwech for your support, and miigwech for your vision for our future.
Okay, that brings us to the end of day one. It was a long day. We did have to do some trimming and cutting, and thank you for your patience. But I want to go over a few things with you. So tomorrow morning, sunrise is at 5 a.m., and we have a hot breakfast at 8 a.m., and then we will start right at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So tonight, we have the feast and the drum social. It's going to start at 5:20 based on our time now. So the feast is going to be upstairs in the ballroom.